Yeah. Oh, hello! Hi, Rampage! Hello, Rampage! Hi, Rampage! Hi, Pampers! Hello, everyone! Are there any rabbits in the house today? Maybe a couple rabbits here, maybe a few? Hi, good morning! Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hi! Hello! Yes, there are rabbits in the house. Oh, I'm happy about that. Yes, hello, hi. I was nervous that I was gonna hurt your ears because I had to restart. I'm sorry that I'm just a little late. I had to restart my computer. I don't know. My OBS is being very, very, very unkind to me recently. It's just like, just not being very nice. It's like opening and then it's like certain things aren't working and I'm like, and then I close and reopen it and it tells me it's not working again and I'm like, and then it like crashes and it's like, do you want to send a crash report? And it's like, what is me sending a crash report gonna do? It's not gonna do anything. So I restarted my computer and it was fine. But yeah, I'm sorry, that took a little bit more of extra time than I thought it would. I'm very sorry. Yes, but I'm here now and I'm very excited to be here because it's going to be a really, really exciting and cool and fun stream. Yes, and I'm so excited about that. Yes, I'm going to be doing a little bit of reading. I'm going to be doing a little bit of watching. I'm going to just be looking at stuff about the Orks. Wow! Wow! Yippee! I'm really excited. I'm really excited about that. Yeah. I'm really excited. Because, yeah, I can't wait to learn about the Orks. The Orks. Can we get some... Wow! And it's funny because usually I'm very, very, very nervous about the Orks. I mean, I've been on the side of the Space Marines fighting and killing Orks for years. Years and years and years I've been dedicating my time to learning, you know, about the Space Marines and the Imperial Guard and everything like that. Not at all about the Orks. I've been thinking, well, Orks are very, very silly. I don't know if I want to learn about them. I want to learn about everything that that Space Marines and stuff have to offer, but I don't know. I was just feeling a calling yesterday. I was thinking, because I got a model kit in yesterday with some Space Marines and stuff. Because I'm gonna maybe do a painting stream at some point in the new year. A painting stream. I was thinking, well, how about I learn about you know, a bit more about the Orks. So it would be fun. Yeah, yes, I'm really excited. I have paints and I have figures and stuff, so I'm gonna be doing all of that and it's gonna be really fun, hopefully. Yeah. Oh, befriend greenies, respect greenies, roundhouse kick greenie friendship into existence, slam dunk some healthy fruit and vegetables into a greenie baby's mouth, love thy neighbor, share some food with a greenie, launch greenies into orbit as part of high-paying astronaut jobs, treat greenies like human beings, warn greenies not to fall into active volcanoes. Share life experiences with greenies. Watch TV and play video games with greenies. Invite greenies to parties. Whoa, this is super new. This is super new. I didn't know anything about that. Hi. Wow. How nice. Who here knows about the Orks? Well, who here is a Warhammer fan? Who here likes Warhammer is my first question. And my second question is, who here knows about the Orks? Who here is a fan of the Orks? Who here is a fan? Because I feel like you can know them, but I feel like you can tell a lot about a man. dependent on multiple things. But the first thing that you need to ask is, are you more of an orc enjoyer or are you more of a space marine enjoyer? Who's on the green side? Anyone? Yeah, you love Warhammer? I played for a long time, just a tittle. I only know a little. Any true gits in the chat? I love the green boys. Imp Garden Towel. Yeah, orcs are okay, but I don't like the WAAAGH resources in the Dawn of War games. That's fair, that's reasonable. The orc are fine soccer players. Oh, orcs inspired me to reproduce via spores. Well, that's something that I'm going to be learning about today. I'm going to be learning about how, like, the orcs, like, reproduce and live and, like, exist and where they come from and kind of about, like, their biology. That's what I'm really excited to learn about because I am a bit of a mycology head. I know a bit about mushrooms myself, so I feel like learning about orcs is going to be a perfect way for me to become more interested in them, especially about, like, the way that they're created. If that makes sense. Yeah. Necrons are the better green voice. Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't know about that. Yeah. I wanna... yeah. What the heck? If they don't know Gork and Mork, then they know Greenie. What? Gork and Mork? I don't know about Gork and Mork. Maybe I'll find out. Maybe we'll find out. I don't know why it sounds familiar though. Are they like... Is there a book? What's that book? What's that book about the orcs that I was gonna read? What is it called? Something cunning? Brutal cunning? What was it called? Someone remind me. Let me know. Brutal cunning. Yeah, I feel like... Maybe? Yeah. No, you guys are saying it wrong. You're still saying it wrong. I'm not being serious. I'm being serious. I'm asking serious question. Brutal cunning. Should I talk like this today? Should I talk like this to be able to you know, get into the spirit of learning about the boys? Should I talk like this? It's a better way to talk. Hang on, let me try to get some orc energy. Oi, lad! Kick some fucking goals, for God's sake! Fucking hell, mate! Wait, I kind of went a little bogan at the end. Hang on. Kick some fucking goals! Yeah. Sorry, I went a little bogan, but... Did I do good? Did I vision it? Yeah. Yeah, I said bogan. I said I was kind of going bogan at the end. Yeah. Orcs are a little bogan. They're kind of like the British equivalent of bogan. They're like this. You want to go down to the pub? Yeah, a very good orc, really. I was thinking, and I was questioning whether or not to paint myself green today. But I was thinking maybe not. Maybe that's not a good idea. Like, just for today, I feel like I haven't earned it yet. Maybe next time I will earn my green skin. I will just need to wait. Yes. Hello. Oh, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Wow, you've done a very good job, lad. Sorry, should I never do that again? But I kind of want to do it again. You've done a very, very good job. You've done a very good job, lad. Good on ya. Wait, no, that's broken again. Damn it. I keep switching back. Hang on. That's bloody great. That's bloody brilliant, mate. That's bloody brilliant. I'm sorry, any British people watching. I'm sorry, any British people. Please forgive me. And I'm also sorry to any orcs watching if I'm being racist to you. I don't mean to. Any orcs watching? Who here is an orc watching today? Yeah. Anyone? Yeah. Anyone? Orcs are the gag character that ruins power scaling? Well, from what I know about orcs, they're like... It's funny. It's funny, like the duality between orcs and space marines from what I've seen. Because like space marines a lot of the time, like they're having very like big... Well, some of them, the ones that they kind of focus on a lot of the time, are having moral dilemmas. They're having questions about like life or about religion or about like you know, they're being sad about their friends dying or something like that. Even though they're not built to be, they kind of almost are going out of like what they're supposed to be doing and having these questions and questioning things, right? But for the orcs, from what I've seen, they're just like killing machines. Like they don't even care. They don't even give a care. Like they're like, or they're not like, oh, Space Marine's like, oh yes, this is the leader of us because he has fought for thousands of years and he is very strong and he fought in all of his amazing battles and stuff. It's more like, the big green orc is the best one because he is the biggest one. He is the biggest one, so therefore he is the best. He is the best, and we will listen to him. And yeah, I just want to fight. I want to fight some space marines. Yeah. It's a really like nice break from all of these like crazy things. Yeah, it's like kind of just like, yeah, they're kind of just stupid. Yeah, they're like, the biggest and the strongest one, I will listen to him because he's the biggest and the strongest and I want to kill all of those space marines. Yeah, the biggest greenest orc gets to be war boss. Exactly. And I feel like that makes sense, and I feel like that's how life is, but it's just things always are overcomplicated. But for the orcs, they're just right to it, you know. I feel like the orcs actually do have like democracy in a way, because they all can see which orc is the biggest and the greenest, so they can all collectively agree the biggest and the greenest one will be the one that's fighting, you know. Does that make sense? Yeah. Orcs were literally made just to fight. They were essentially made to counter the Necrons. That makes sense, yeah. It's true democracy, yeah. They can all see which one's the best one. Yeah. This is Ghazghkull. He has big hammer that shoots lights. Ghazghkull smash blue man. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. If Ghazghkull has coolest weapon, then Ghazghkull gets to be war boss. That makes sense. In Rabbitville, the power dynamic is the opposite. It's the biggest and strongest lead by the smallest and cutest. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're not really spoiling. The thing is, I know a little bit, but I don't know enough. So, the thing is, like, you can spoil, like, tiny parts of lore, but the lore is, like, so big, and so there's so much of it that I feel like it would be hard to spoil everything without, like, making huge paragraphs and stuff about things. But yeah, I'm gonna start by reading about it, and then I'm gonna go into watching some videos. If you guys have any specific YouTube channels that you have in mind and that you know are not gonna like bonk me for watching them, let me know, because I have some in mind already, but you know, you can never be too careful. You know, I'd rather not be bonked or be put in any trouble. I don't want any trouble to be had. Yeah. But I'm really excited to learn. I hope that you guys are too. But before we get into it, how have you guys been doing today? Have you guys all been having a good day? yesterday, when I finished Willow World, I went straight into bed and I was like resting in bed for like the rest of the day. And I took some like paracetamol this morning because my legs have been killing me. They've been so sore. Yeah. Warhammer 40k lore YouTubers are generally pretty generous when it comes to letting people react to their content. I think that's good, and I suppose it shows their passion. If they're more interested in having people watch to spread the word and whatever. Yeah. It's been a nice day. Tomorrow is the last day of week before the long vacation. Oh yeah, you're gonna have a long vacation over Christmas and stuff? Since they got fed by Games Workshop, I don't think they would do the same to third parties. Yeah, that's so rude, isn't it? I guess everyone's sick of Games Workshop and their baloney, you know? And farty baloney. Yeah, but even if you guys don't know things about Warhammer, hopefully we can learn stuff together, which will be really fun. I hope that we can learn stuff and that it can be a really fun and exciting time for everyone involved. Hey. Yeah, Games Workshop is the true enemy. They should make enemies based on themselves. Although I don't know how that would go, making enemies based on themselves. I know nothing about Warhammer. Well, that's okay. I think it's still fun. Even if you don't know anything about it. Yeah. Inquisitor Romanov is one I watched, but I have no idea what he does with people watching. What's the one that I was gonna look at today? Lieutenant 09? Oh, Luton, sorry, Luton 09 is one that I was thinking of watching. It's a video from 7 years ago. I feel like if I'm watching videos from like 7 years ago, they're probably not gonna care, are they? Yeah. Because I saw they have a pretty good like video on Orks that would be fun to watch. I don't know any videos for Orks, but the Emperor as text-to-speech is a really neat series. Oh, okay, I'll have to look at that one too. Yes. Well, we can watch those later, but right now I'm gonna learn about the lore. Do you think I could make myself an orc one day? You know, I don't really want to be fat though, but I want to be little and like orky. Are there female orcs? I feel like it would be bad though to be like an orc without being like huge. You know what I mean? You can be a goblin. Oh, a goblin? A goblin? I don't know if I want to be a goblin. Yeah. I don't know. Gretchens are just small orcs. Okay, let me see. Gretchen. Oh! Yeah, I want to be Gretchen. Because... yeah. They're sort of nasty creatures, really? Well... But it's okay. And it's okay if they're nasty. I mean, don't you think that orcs are a little nasty? Not to be rude, but just from what I know, I guess we'll see, but... yeah. I just want to be like a little fellow. Like, I want to have like a different kind of orky... I want to have a different kind of orky... like, I don't know, like, I get all the orcs together and I'm like, guys, listen. What if instead of me being the biggest and the strongest, I have like the biggest, like I have like a really big like tank or something, you know, or like I have like a really big like thingy-majiggy that I'm in. I'm like, guys, I am the biggest and the strongest, but I may not be the biggest or the strongest, but I have the most powerful tank in town. And everyone's like, whoa, my goodness. And I have the biggest guns. Yeah, I have the biggest guns. And they're like, yes, this is suitable. Yeah. And then I'll be so awesome and everyone will know it. Yeah. Snotlings! Snotlings! There's a little guys. Show the little guys. Hang on. Snotlings. Ew, they look yucky! They look yucky, yucky. 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 I don't know. Alright. They're in bolt gun, right? Yes! I remember. Let me have some more coffee and then we'll read some stuff. Yeah, I want to pilot a Gargant or like pilot something huge, and then everyone will be like, "Whoa, you're so cool! You're so cool and big and strong." Because they can't see me, like they just see like my big machine that I'm piloting, and they're like, "Whoa, so big and strong!" And I have like a megaphone because they can't see me because I'm up the tippy top, and they don't think to look, but they're like, "Whoa!" And then I'm up there, and I'm like. And I made sure no one sees I'm actually just a little fellow in there. I make sure no one even noticed. Yes, yeah. Bolt gun didn't have orcs, but didn't bolt gun have like little fellows? Didn't they have like little fellows in there? Or am I thinking of something else? Didn't they have little fellows in it that you could kill? Those are Nurglings. Oh, okay. And Nurglings have nothing. Yeah, Nurglings have nothing to do with orcs. Nurglings are from Nurgle, which is hang on. Which is one of the chaos like the chaos gods, Nurgle, because I know about him, and he loves his children. He's like Father Nurgle, and all of those Nurglings are like his little babies. Ew. Yeah, am I right? Because yeah, they have nothing to do with the orcs. Yeah. Yeah, they're also green. Yeah. Father of the Year every year. Whoa. I wish I could get Father of the Year every year. What the heck? Kiki's my little Nurgling. No, I'm not! I don't want to be Nurgling. Nurgling, yucky. Oh, thank you so much for the donation. Put in a good word for me and the boys, won't you, Miss Kiki? Oh, of course. I will always put a good word in, yes. Well, it depends if you impress me. If you impress me with your lore. You love the accent? Thank you so much. That means a lot. Do you like this accent? Do you like when I talk like this? Because this is how I would talk if I'm an orc. I would talk like this. Hello? This is how I actually sound. Come on, boys, let's go. Let's go, boys, let's go. Let's go. Let's kill those space marines. Even more cute. What? Nom, nom, nom. Thank you for resubbing. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna put some ambient tunes on while I read. I have some good music. This music is called Holy Terror. 3 hours of beautiful, quiet, and piano music for reading, painting, and sleeping. So let's put this music on. Let me know how the volume is, and then I'll change screens so we can read together. Let me know how this is. Let me put this music on here real quick. Hey, Apple. Ah, thank you so much for the $3. Pop round the pub with the missus and say hello to little man. Little man. Imagine little man is a little orc. No, it would be so little. It would be so little. Oh my goodness. He'd be so little. No, I don't. He'd be too little. He's too little. He'd be too little to do that. Yeah. Alright. Wait. Whoa. Is this good? Is this good volume? I wanted the music to be appropriate. Is learning about the Orcs heresy? Or is it important to know my anime? Let me know. Okay. Alright. It's both? Oh, well that's not good, is it? Not as bad as learning about chaos. Well, that's a bit tricky, isn't it? Alright, okay, let's pop on over. Okay. Ooh, I like that logo. It's cute. It's like a little bull with horns. Why does it have horns? Cute. Heresy, but the Omnissiah will ignore. Well, that's nice, isn't it? Alright. So the volume's okay? Before we get started. It's okay? Okay, awesome. If you need it to be adjusted, let me know. Here we go, here we go, here we go. I love the way that they talk. It's just so, like... It's so good. It's so good. Isn't it? Isn't it? It's so, so good. Okay. I want to hear them say, here we go, here we go, here we go. And I don't know if we can yet. Alright. And you'll see my little giggle cursor. Okay. And I'm sorry, I might mispronounce things. But that's just part of the fun. But don't get frustrated, okay? Alright. The Orks, also known as greenskins, are a savage warlike green-skinned species of bestial asexual humanoids who are spread all across the galaxy. And I mean, and I assume it means asexual in the sense that they asexually reproduce because they're like mushrooms. And I only know they're mushrooms because I've heard this before. I don't know exactly how that works, but I'm assuming it's that. It means it that way. Yeah. Wow! They are unique among the intelligent xenospecies known to mankind in that they possess the physiological features of both animals and fungi. They share many physical and cultural features with the dark fantasy Warhammer universe's orcs, and were initially called space orcs to distinguish them. Oh. Well, I think they're intelligent. They can speak and they can converse. That makes them intelligent, I guess a little, right? Orcs are seen by the enemies, pretty much everyone else in the universe, as primitive, what? Barbaric, hyper-violent, and crude. But they are the most successful and widespread intelligent species in the whole galaxy, outnumbering possibly every other intelligent... Well, yeah, Tyranids and do not count, do they? Give it a little bit. Give it a little bit, unfortunately. I think Tyranids, it's gonna be over. It's gonna be over. Outnumbering possibly every other intelligent star-facing species, even humanity, with the very plausible exception of the Tyranids. Yeah, they're moving in. It's a bit scary, isn't it? Greenskins are one of the most dangerous alien races to plague the galaxy. Numerous beyond belief are driven always to fight and conquer. The orcs threaten every single intelligent species of the galaxy. So, yeah, all these people saying, oh the orcs, they're so dumb. Well... come back to me when you're like outnumbering everybody. Come back to me when that's happening. They obviously have something, right? If they're not extinct yet. Yeah. Orcs are possibly the most warlike aliens in the 41st millennium, and the number is beyond counting. Amid constant, seething tides of battle and bloodshed, burgeoning orc stellar empires rise and fall. Mercifully, most are short-lived, soon destroying themselves in a maelstrom of violence and internecine conflict. But should the orcs ever truly unify, they would crush all opposition. So I guess that's the thing, like, they're able to fight really well, but they're not able to really unify because they're kind of a bit silly, aren't they? Kind of reminds me of the British. They keep kneecapping themselves. Sorry. Yeah, they fight too well, but they will not unify with each other. Orcs generate a potent psychic Gestalt field that allows them to accomplish many feats of technological engineering. And this is something that I find is very interesting that I want to learn about a little bit more. How they're, you know, so primitive, but they can build these like big like you've seen all of the, and I really like all of like their warfare stuff that they have, like all of the big tanks they have and all the machines they have. It's like they're made out of old parts and scraps, but it looks like, you know, I wouldn't be able to build it. How can they build it? They scavenge? Oh, so then are they not built? Really? Machine Spirit likes them. It's interesting, it just works. What? It just works. What? Wait, tell me, I don't get it. It just happened? They just come in there and they just get them? Basically, their thoughts modify reality. Oh! The potent psychic Gestalt field is the psychic... So basically, they can just think it up and it will, like, spawn into reality? They believe it should work, so it does? Oh, that's so cool! They're just like me! They're just like me! Wait, that's really cool. I didn't know that. I thought that they built them. So if they really believe that they're going to get those space marines, then they'll get those space marines. But if they're a little unsure, you never know. Like they might not be able to do it. Oh, belief is a tangible thing in the Warhammer. Wait, so guys, this really goes to just show you should always believe in yourself, shouldn't you? Yeah, they have imagination power. Wait, they're cooler than I thought. I want to have imagination power too. Oh. They do build this stuff, but it works because... So they have no actual capability to, like, engineer. They have no engineering, like, abilities. They just think that it just works. It just works. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Alright. They paint their vehicles red because they think it will make them move faster, which it does. Oh my god! That's so funny. I get it though, because that's so true. Red car faster because it red. Duh. Wait, that's the truth, isn't it? That's cool. Okay. Okay. At the same time, the power of the psychic field is directly proportional to the number of greenskins present in a given location. So say there's like one orc. So there's one guy. He can't like think everything on his own. They all have to like congregate. And then their power is bigger. Oh, this is so funny. And purple orcs are invisible because have you ever seen a purple orc? Wait! There's purple orcs? I haven't seen one. I haven't seen one before. What the heck? Wait, that's the truth. Oh. You need many orcs to do a big thing. Oh. Wait, this is blowing my mind. This is blowing my mind right now. The more orcs that gather, the more orcs are drawn to them. At the same time that the power and intelligence of the greenskins begins to grow with their numbers. Well, it's good that they're able to work together to have a big good thing. Because you'd think that maybe they would disagree, but maybe they could all collectively agree like, this is good. Green is best, red is faster, purple is sneaky. Oh. Gosh. So say if I was an orc and I wanted to have camo, like if I wanted to have camouflage, I would just paint it purple. Because that would be like the orc camo, if you think about it. Which is funny because naturally I'd assume, well, I don't know, maybe like on certain planets, green would like blend in a lot, like with their surroundings. Black is heavy and tough and blue is enemy. Oh, so they don't want anything to be blue. Yeah. Okay. The orcs' unquenchable thirst to battle has always proved their downfall. Historically, the orc tribes have spent much of their time fighting amongst themselves. Oh, okay. Oh, that was just a joke. Oh, okay. Waging brutal wars with only the strongest surviving. Well, they're just like selective. They're just selectively making themselves stronger, but they don't even know that they're doing it really. On occasion, an orc leader will emerge who is mighty enough to defeat his rivals and unite the warring tribes. Oh, I see. Oh, thank you very much for following me. Thank you very much. So that's how the orc leaders come to play. His success draws other tribes to him, and soon a great WAAAGH is underway. Partly a migration, partly a holy war that can exterminate the population of entire star systems. When the orcs are on the rampage, the galaxy trembles, and in the age of the Dark Imperium, there are more WAAAGHs rising than ever before recorded. So there's lots of things that we can learn about and look at here. So we can look at Origins, Great Crusade, the Go Hollowing, Olenor Crusade, War of the Beast, recent events, Orc Anatomy. I want to definitely learn about Anatomy, but I think we'll learn about Origins first, if that's okay, and then we'll go to Anatomy, if that's okay. Because I don't know anything about the origins of Orcs, like, whatsoever, so it should be really fun to learn more about it. Yeah. The Orcs are a biologically engineered species. Wait, so someone made them? They didn't... I don't know why I didn't think that they just came into existence for some reason. Thank you for following. The Orcs are a biologically engineered species created more than 60 million Terran years ago as a warrior race, originally called the Krork. Like orc, Krork. By the long-vanished reptilian alien species known as the Old Ones, whom the Orcs refer to as the Brain Boys. I like their way of naming things. Like, it will never... It's very funny. The Brain Boys. Like, now I get what the Old Ones are about by the naming that the Orcs have given them. The ain't... Oh my god. Sorry. Sorry. I keep getting shit from this Tampa monkey thing. I'm so sorry. I'll update it later. Fine, I'll update it now. I updated it on Chrome. Oops, I don't know why I got rid of the chat. Hang on. Let me put you back. Wait, hello, where'd you go? Champions. Champions. Oh, there you go. Okay, you're back. Oh. I'm sorry I was using Chrome. Please forgive me. Okay, hopefully it works now. Yeah, I fixed it. I'm so smart. I'm not here. Yeah, you're here. Yeah. Space Hulk is a lot of fun. I haven't played that one. I have to have a look at it. What happened to the capture, by the way? Something happened to the capture. Does this go really bad? And poo-poo or what? Wait, what's unforgivable? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Please, forgive me. I didn't mean to be a bother. I didn't mean to be any kind of bother. Oh, Chrome? No, I think that was an issue and then they needed to update it. So now they're like forcing updates. They changed it a few days ago. It took me... Yeah, I don't know. It takes like 2 seconds. I learned how to do it. Easy. Ooh, crack. Sorry, let me just crack my neck. Real quick. That's okay. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. When you crack my little neck. Ooh, that feels nice. Okay, sorry. Did your bitrate change? No. Is my bitrate bad or something? Let me know. Is it bad? Oh yeah, I thought it was broken. I heard it was broken a few days ago. Okay, well let's continue reading anyway. Has it been stuttering at all for anyone else? Okay. Well, I haven't changed anything, so... Yeah. Oh, okay, it might just be you, Champy. I'm sorry. Alright, well, let's continue. Let's continue this. Yes. Krork. Am I pronouncing it right? Krork. 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 The ancient Krork were known to possess more advanced technology than that of the present greenskin race, and to be on average larger. In some cases, standing as tall as 12 meters. Jeez, that's pretty tall. I wonder why they've shrunk in size. The Orks were created by the Brain Boys to fight the Necrons and the Cetan Masters. And the Cetan Masters in the Great Interstellar Conflict, called the War in Heaven, that shattered the galactic civilization of the Old Ones that existed prior to the rise of the Eldari. Oh. Okay. Orks are thus genetically engineered to be muscular, aggressive, and none too bright. Their technology is maintained by... but that's... Cartan? Cartan. Sorry, C10. Well, how would I know it's not C10 when it says C10? How would I know C10? Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. So it's sad they've made them dumb on purpose. Poor little guys. So they're engineered genetically to be muscular, aggressive, and none too bright. The technology is maintained by a caste of Oddboys who possess genetically implanted dispositions and technical knowledge that grant them unusual skill with maintaining and developing technology. Oh, what makes them odd boys though? Is that just because they're a little smarter and the other guys can tell? Yeah. Kutan is how I've heard it, but I've never heard an official source say it. Well, it's spelt Cetan. I'll say it the way that you like, but maybe officially it is C10. Well, you never know. You never know. So, you know. Yeah. Indeed. Oh, wait. Indeed, the Brain Boys were apparently able to encode information on how to build simple machinery into the genomes of all orcs. Thus, mech boys, I love how it's spelt, require very little training in their function within orc culture, since they understand mechanical principles at a fully instinctive level. Well, how dumb are they though? Because I don't know mechanical principles. I don't know how to build things. So good for them to know. Oh, which one did I Oh, however, this skill is an unconscious one, preserved through genetic memories hardwired into the Oddboys' DNA by the Brain Boys millions of standard years ago. Oh. I'm not very orcish at all. I'm not big, I'm not strong, I'm not green, and I don't know how to build things, so I don't know. But maybe I can learn. Orcs lack individual psychic power, being denied such abilities by the Old Ones. The Old Ones. Oh. However, they do have a sort of collaborative, collective psychic ability, meaning that if enough orcs believe something is true, that it will actually become so, brought into being in real space through the power of immaterium by the Gestalt. Is it Gestalt or Gestalt? Gestalt psychic ability or Gestalt. So you have to believe in yourself. Can you make a lever? Can you operate a lever? You know how mechanical principles to an extent we use stuff every day. I know how a light switch... I know if I click a light switch, it will turn off the light, and if I turn it on, it will turn on a light. So I know it lever, if you think about it. Gestalt? Gestalt. Okay. Gestalt. That makes more sense. Yeah. For example, orc rockets painted yellow create bigger explosions. Simply because the vast majority of orcs believe they do. So yellow equals big explosion. That... Because you know what? Like the color coding that the orcs are doing, it makes sense. Red fast, purple sneaky, yellow big explosion. Like these all make sense. Like... yeah, I would believe the yellow rocket boom biggest. That makes a lot of sense, actually. This is why much of Orcs' seemingly ramshackle technology will do terrible damage in the hands of Orcs, but will cease to function when used by other intelligent races. But I guess like you couldn't really steal an Orc's like any of the things that they have and use it yourself, because you don't have the Gestalt like ability to believe that it will work in the same way. Okay, so now I'm going to look at the biology. Okay. Orc anatomy and physiology. Orc physiology is fascinating and terrifying in equal measure, demonstrating inhuman degrees of resilience to the point where they can withstand seemingly fatal wounds with little apparent long-term consequence. Indeed, orcs witnessed suffering fatal wounds in the midst of heavy fighting have often been observed again several days later, larger and stronger than they were before their injuries, and with no signs of those wounds save for some superficial scarring. Oh god. That's terrifying. So you'll damage an orc and they'll just get stronger. No wonder that they're so scary. I'd be scared too. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit, really. I really don't. Yellow black stripes do strong explosion. Oh, okay. Hang on, let me have more coffee. I want more coffee right now. Are you guys enjoying this so far? Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you like it. Love some learning with the wife. I don't know why, it feels like to me I'm like learning about real things. If that makes sense. Yeah, we're learning together, those of you that don't know about it. So let's read a little bit about them. I'm excited because this is the bit that intrigued me the most and made me want to learn more about the orcs. Was like how they're made. And the fact that they were made by the Brain Boys kind of makes me think that it makes a lot of sense because... You know, well actually let's read more before I make assumptions. Orcs are massive, heavily muscled, bestial humanoids, green skin and red-blooded. A side effect of their symbiotic, physiological and genetic relationship with fungi. The Orcoid physique itself is so robust that it can withstand tremendous punishment. Orcs feel surprisingly little pain, even from the most grievous of wounds, enabling them to fight on whilst horrifically injured or even for a short while after being technically dead. Wow. It is most fortunate for the orcs that they can withstand such brutal physical punishment, since the Medicare specialists called pain boys operate on a generally 19th century AD level of surgical knowledge. Unlike humans, though, orcs are quite capable of being beheaded, having the head sewn onto a different body, and surviving the experience to fight again. What the heck? That's not even like 19th century knowledge. That's just like crazy. That's crazy. They're doing head transplants. They're like, I sew head onto of someone with damaged body onto head with someone with not damaged body, therefore it just work. Yeah. Orcs is green because greens is bestest. You know what? One of my favorite colors is green, so I get that. It is believed by some who study these alien brutes, albeit from afar, that this goes some way to explaining the greenskins' ultraviolet sense of humor. As pain and fear mean little to them, they are highly curious and amused by the reactions of their weaker foes as they hack them apart. What the hell? The screams of terror contrasting with a deep, throaty rumbling that, on occasion, could be mistaken for laughter from the orcs and their snickering brethren. What? They're little psychos! They're little psychos. That's scary. They like war that much, huh? That's crazy. Nah, Orcs is made for fighting and winning. Yeah, literally like a little psycho kid smashing bugs. Yeah. The greenskin regenerative process is so powerful that an orc who has been hacked to bits can simply be stitched back together, bewildered but ready to fight once more. Nothing but the most grievous wounds will put an orc down for long. Burning them to ash is reputed to be the only way to make absolutely sure they are gone for good. What happens like if you smash them to pieces? Because I feel like that's the way that I'm imagining you could kill them. If they can sew their body parts back together, there would be no point, like, cutting them up, you know, or using like a chainsword or something. Like a chainsword wouldn't make much sense unless you were really hacking them up. Like the way that you would want to do it is by smashing their head in. Yeah. Would they be able to mush themselves back together? Even like if you smash them up? They're a fungus? Spores? Oh, Flamer. I love Flamer! Flamer bros! Flamer bros! That's why Flamers are so good against orcs. That makes sense. I love Flamers. Flamers is like my favorite thing to use in Dawn of War because you see like a ton of fire and I'm literally like orcs. I'm like, oh, I use fire because fire look cool, and fire obviously makes more sense because and it does more damage because it looks cooler, and it actually works. It actually is way more effective. That's cool. Yeah. A typical orc stands around the same height as an average human male, though he would be much taller were he to stand up straight instead of being hunched over as it— Wait! That's me! That's literally me! Me! I'm the same! I would be much taller too if I didn't hunch over all the time with my stupid, shitty posture. What the heck? What the heck? Wait guys, I'm feeling a little crazy right now. They're literally me. What the heck? And his frame is— oh, well, my frame is not extremely muscular and solid, but an orc's arms are long and heavily thewed, knuckles almost scraping the floor as he lopes around, and his gnarled hands and entaloned fingers capable of tearing an enemy's throat out with ease. That's terrifying. Orcs are Australians? No, they're not. Orcs are like the drunk British like lads. They're like proper geezers. That's how I see them anyway. I don't think they're like Aussies, are they? Or am I wrong? Let me know. I mean, there is crossovers between proper geezers and Aussies, for sure. But I think they're very British. The skin of an orc is green and leathery tough. True, Australians are British rejects for being too rowdy, so they are kind of like orcs if you think about it. Yeah. And his body is dotted with scars, scabs, pockmarks, and parasites. His skull is extremely thick, able to absorb impacts that would cave in a human head. Oh. Yeah. An Australian orc faction would be cool, but way too powerful. Way too powerful. Yeah, Cockney does equal Aussies. Honestly, yeah, as an Aussie, for sure. Yeah. Just a lad, just a right lad. His heavy brow shades blood red eyes, a fire with the need to kill, jagged fangs jut from a heavy jaw that would not look out of place upon a far larger predator. And when an orc speaks, it is in a slow, gruff tone, thick with saliva and guttural curses. His words are sparse and straight to the point. They're not describing him very well, are they? Like, they're not being very nice. Not to be rude. Yeah. Like, you're not being very... So they have long arms that almost hang to the floor. They have thick heads. Their bodies are covered in ticks and scars. They're green and they speak gutturally. Wow, so amazing. Wow. Oh, a particularly favored ingredient in their diet are squigs, also short for squiggly beasts. Wait, a squig? Who's a squig? Who's Squig? No, I'm Squiggles! But I'm Squiggles! Guys, that's me! They want to eat me! Look, this is me! I'm a squig, look! Look, I'm Squiggles! That's literally me! Today, I would like to be called Squiggles. Well, I had fun learning about the orcs, but I think I don't want to learn anymore. I'm a little scared. And I like Squig the most out of anything? Well, this was a lot of fun, wasn't it? But I don't know, now I'm a bit nervous, honestly. Uh-oh. Rock got you go. No, not eating me, please. No, I'm not emergency food. What the heck? Does Wh40k have goblins riding squigs into battle too, or is that only Warhammer? Well, I don't know. I think I remember that from the games that had squiggles in it, right? No, squiggles just run and blow up, don't they? Don't they just run and blow up? I feel like that would be dangerous. I mean, as long as they don't blow up. Or am I thinking of something else? Let me know. Don't call me Squiggles. Yeah. Yeah, they were in, there's many different types of squigs. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, the ones that were in Space Marine were the blowy up squigs. A variety of the symbiotic Orcoid races about the size of a Terran house cat but legless. Aww. These include the eaten squig. I know exactly what they mean just because of how they say it. I know exactly what they mean. A limbless blob which feeds on fungus. The growler squig, a legged variety used as a sheepdog for Gretchen. In the 3rd and 4th editions of Warhammer 40k, referred to as Squighound, and available as an item of war gear. The attack squid. I think that's the one, right? A powerfully voracious little beast available as an item of war gear. And the face eater squig, a ferociously toothed variety both as a weapon and for entries in face eating contests. What? Ah! Or is you the boss's pet squig? There's a lot. I wanna be the boss's pet squig. Let me be the pet squig. Please, please don't eat me. Please don't eat me. Please, I'll be the pet squig. Just don't eat me, please. I'll be the pet squig. I'm a pet kind of squig, not an eating kind of squig. Alright? Alright? You cannot eat me because you're not allowed. You're not allowed. I am not good to eat. Yeah. That's scary. They have face-eating contests. The orc and the squig both open their mouths and bite in a parody of a kiss. If the orc eats a squig, he wins. If he keels over backwards, he loses. That's terrifying. That's actually just yucky. Can you say that? Zedworth. What? What? No. Yeah. It's scary. There is also a larger subspecies of squid called Squiggoth that ranges in size from about an elephant to a 60+ foot monstrosity capable of stomping buildings into... What? Start from the sides in a face-eating contest. Otherwise, it's a horrible mess. Yeah, I don't know if I would ever participate in one. I feel like that would be a bit scary. Yeah. Squiggoths are used as pack animals and in combat as the carriers of mobile fortresses. That's cool. Wait, let me look at the Squiggoth. Whoa, they're huge! They're huge! They're really, really huge. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Those seem really cool. Orcs grow all throughout their lives. The effect is particularly notable in successful orcs. As the orc survives combat and wins trophies, the respect of other orcs will produce in him an effect somewhat similar to adolescence in the human male. He puts on muscle, becomes more aggressive and assertive, and generally throws his weight around. Oh, so like, okay. So imagine you like suck at being an orc and like you're in battle but you're not doing shit. You're probably gonna stay little forever. You're never gonna grow. But you'd probably go at a much faster rate if you were really smart. It's really cool about it. You don't know the word Zog. She a meat squig. Get her. No meat squig. I'm a pet squig. I'll learn about Zog. Don't worry. If Kiki not food, then why food shape? Whoa. Listen. I'm doing a stream about orcs. That doesn't mean all you orcs can come in and try to eat me. That's not, okay? That's not true. That's not a good thing to do. It doesn't mean it's an invitation for you to come and eat me, okay? Yeah. I haven't heard of Gork Mork racing. No, but I can look in it. Yeah. If he wins the ensuing challenges to single combat, he may become a knob. A knob. A knob. The leader of the chieftain of Orks, noticeably larger and tougher than the average greenskin. Once he begins to grow, an orc will generally keep getting bigger and stronger until he is beaten by a bigger and more cunning orc. A knob. A knob. Knobhead. So you become a big knob. War bosses and warlords, the rulers of continents and entire Orcoid empires, respectively, are very large orcs indeed. Flashgits, however, are an elite special type of orc, typically armed with big shooters. I can just not imagine or think of what a big shooter is. I wonder what that is. I guess we'll learn. Flashgits are obsessed with polishing their guns, and these orcs are much larger than an average orc. They are likely knobs who have gathered into a group based on common interests. Do we all like green here? I would come here and be like, do we all like green? Do you like killing things? Alright, let's congregate. Orc physiology is actually the complex interweaving of two symbiotic organisms that have been genetically linked by the Greenskins' original creators. One strain is comparable to a terrestrial animal, and the other is an algae or fungus, living within the former's bloodstream and skin. An orc's animal cells carry the genetic information of only the individual's Orcoid subspecies, but the fungoid component of their physiology possesses the genetic information that defines all the different varieties of Orcoid, as well as different Oddboys, and it helps to heal wounds by providing greater biochemical energy supplies drawn from some form of biosynthesis when necessary. Humble. Orc biology lends itself well to combat. They're extraordinarily strong and tough, and are naturally good fighters, always looking for a scrap. I'm always looking for a scrap too. There are two theologies relating to why orcs have this unique hybrid fungal/animal physiology. The first is what they were adapted by their masters, who were in fact the present-day snotlings. What? Really? That's funny. A diminutive alien race that soared to intelligence upon eating a particular species of mushroom spread across the galaxy with the help of their less intelligent orc slaves, and then deemed stupid again when the orcs consumed all traces of the mushroom, which only grew on their home planet. What the heck? What the heck? The more modern imperial theory of orc origins holds that they are created as a warrior species by the Old Ones, referred to in Orc legends as the Brain Boys, in their wars against the Necron, Taya, and the Curtain, or like chopping and fighting and daka. The fact that an entire curtain, curtain. The fact that an entire ecosystem can be constructed of Orcoids and their complete war readiness from birth suggests that this is more likely of the two orc origin theologies. In early forms of this theory developed by the Imperial Magi biologists, the Brain Boys were actually an Orcoid subspecies. along with the Ork and the Gretchen. But they are now believed by most Imperial experts to be the reptilian Old Ones, who also created other psychic species, like the Eldari and the Jokero, during the War in Heaven. The Ancient War in Heaven, sorry. The Brain Boys apparently became extinct, or simply disappeared from the galaxy for unknown reasons during the course of the War in Heaven. This theory holds that before they pass on, they genetically engineered the Orcs' DNA to include a technogene. Oh, that makes sense. Because I'm like, if they had them before, why would they need them? The gene develops in Orcs as they grow, influencing their minds and releasing genetically encoded knowledge. In a similar way that a human baby will reflectively hold its breath underwater, or a horse can walk half an hour after being born, an Orc's technogene gives it information on how to fight, operate weapons, and speak the Orc language. Orc Oddboys specialists, such as Mech Boys and Pain Boys, are the mechanics and surgeons of Orc society. Pain Boys, Mech Boys. And receive their knowledge through these technogenes. This theory of Orc origins holds that this was a deliberate measure to ensure that the Orcoid race would survive in an incredibly hostile universe. So let's see it. That's really cool. But like, how do they come from mushrooms though? Like, were they grown in the lab? Or like, so the mushrooms were like put with animal genes and that's how they were made. I wish I had all that knowledge at birth. Yeah, me too. I wish I did as well. Oh, the line between Mech Boy and Pain Boy is thin and grey. I see. Not a lab, but yeah. Okay. Them living mushrooms. I like that. That's pretty cool. Let's read a bit about Orc nature here. Oh, I'm excited for this. Do you guys just mind giving me like 6 minutes? I just need to lay in bed for like 6 minutes. Is that okay? I'm not gonna sleep or anything. That's just my back sore. I hope that's okay. If you won't mind just giving me just a tiddly break. I'm a bit sleepy as well today, but I'm feeling excited to learn more. So if you guys mind, just giving me like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, okay? Please wait, okay? I'll be right back. Then we can learn about Orc reproduction. Okay? Yeah, I will be right back. Please wait. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Sorry, I literally just laid in bed with my eyes. Oh. Sorry, that's my alarm. Sorry. Sorry, hang on. Hang on. I literally just laid in bed with my eyes closed for a minute and I feel better now. Sorry, hang on. I gotta do a puzzle so I can turn my alarm off. Hang on. Hang on. 1 sec. Yeah, I feel better now. Thank you for being patient. Okay, that's better. Okay. And I also did a Pikmin thing. And I have 5 hours. 5 hours. I have 5 hours until my mushroom gonna be done. And I did the mushroom and I was like, oh, this make me think of Orc. The Orks. The boys. Hi. I love Alami, yes! Yeah, I like Alami. It's such a good app, isn't it? Wait 1 sec. Yeah, I would recommend if you want a good app that will help you like wake up. I've been using Alami for years. Like at least 7 years. It's been great. Okay. Alright. Alright, so do you guys want to learn about orc reproduction? Woo! You free! Yay! Hi! I'm excited! Look! I ain't no meat, Squig. You're duck ahead. Yeah, I'm one of the boys. I'm one of the boys. Yeah. I use it when I really need to make sure I get out of bed. I made myself do a 10 memory puzzle. I like the memory puzzle game too. That's my favorite one. Yeah. Duck ahead's a good thing though, if you think about it. If you even took a moment to think about it. And I was thinking you could call someone a knobhead, but a knob is also a good thing, isn't it? Let me just have some coffee. Okay. Okay. Hi. Alright. Let's keep reading, guys. Okay? As noted above, theories abound that orcs harbor the genetic traits of both animal and fungal life forms, and that is this unusual biology that gives an orc his remarkable constitution. Orc's green coloration could be explained, Imperial scholars suggest, due to some form of algae or green fungus that permeates their cellular makeup. It's probably like because they have like cause they're part like plant basically. Well, not plant, they're part fungus. Could be like they need like chlorophyll or something, and then that helps them have their like kind of green color. It would make sense. All the algae, like they can get like they would need like the chlorophyll for it or something. I don't know. Such a substance could break down and repair damaged tissue at an incredible rate, accounting in part for the orcs' extremely durable metabolism. I wonder how often they have to eat. Those observers of other species who maintain this theory point to the well-known fact that an orc's head can live for some time after being completely severed from the body. That's like... some insects are like that. Like, you can cut their head off, but like, their body will still move. It's kind of scary, actually. But generally that's the body that still moves, not the head. So I don't know. Operations to reattach these are a staple. These are a staple of many pain boys' repertoire. Staple being the operative word. They staple the head back on. Oh, I just have to attach the head back on with staples, cause that will just work. Cause staple make things stick. I feel like they would, if glue was a thing, if they could use glue, they would probably use glue as well. Yeah. Yet, for all the questions that still hang over the green-skinned species, what cannot be disputed is its relentless, bloodthirsty nature. An invasion by orcs has been likened to an incurable disease by the Imperium scholars. Once a world of star or star system has faced attack by the greenskins once, it will be ravaged by them time and time again until it finally withers and dies. So it is literally like a disease. They come in like germs or like a disease, and they come and they keep coming and coming and coming and coming until they kill everything. And they why is that? They want to like rid the planet of everything. Like, why do they do that? Why do they even do that? Yeah, I feel like orcs could photosynthesize, maybe. Maybe. I feel like it would kind of make fun. Yeah. They like it. They want a good fight. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Yeah. Love the fight. Simple as. Fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Even as the world's defenders are celebrating their first victory over the orc invaders, new tribes of greenskins will be multiplying in the dark and shuttered corners of the victorious world. Nah, I'd run. I don't know what I would do. You know, knowing that you would be able to kill orcs or like hurt them and they will just come back stronger, and no matter what you do, they're just going to keep coming back. I would imagine like it would be very frustrating, and it would really not help the morale on the planet, for sure. Yeah. Crocs were the tip of the spear. Elder were sneaky psychers, and humans were zealous cannon fodder. Oh, Crocs. I like the Crocs. Yeah. I like the Crocs. At the same time, orc survivors will carry word with them through the void, spreading the tale of how good a fight a particular world put up. Keen to have a go themselves, fresh waves of orcs will soon descend upon the horrified defenders, often before the damage from the previous orc incursion has been put straight. That's so funny. Like, he's like, yeah, that was a mighty good fight. That was a good fight on that planet. Like, and then the people that were like celebrating but also really terrified are like, oh my god, I hope we never have to deal with that again. That was terrible. That was like so horrendous. All of my friends are dead. Like, some people died right in front of me. We have nothing left. Like, I wanna end my life. I've let the emperor down, you know. And then the greenies are like, yeah, that was a mighty good fight, wasn't it? I'm gonna have to tell all the boys about this one. Your voice is great. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll have a look at what Crocs are later. Once I finish reading this. These attacks will increase in severity, wave after wave of greenskins from space, now supplemented by the tribes that have risen up from the world's own wilderness. The planet's populace will be overrun one stronghold at a time, drowning in a rising tide of roaring, battle-mad greenskins. The harder a planet's defenders fight back, the worse their predicament will become. Every orc slain makes way for two of its bellowing brethren. That's terrible! What do you even do with that? How do you even deal with that happening? Wait, is this volume better? Sorry, I realized it was probably quite quiet, the music. Is this better? Yeah. What for you was a tough scrap, for me was Tuesday. Yeah, lots of fire. That's why flamers are the best. That's why they're the best. I didn't even know they were the best until now. But it's the truth. Yeah. In this way, some worlds can become the unintentional focus of a WAAAGH. The Orcs' numbers in frenzy reaching critical mass as they fling themselves against the world's defenses time and time again. Eventually, the pressure from Orc invaders both within and without becomes insupportable, leaving the defenders only two choices: stand and fight, dying to the last in the process, or flee with whatever they can salvage, leaving the stricken world to the Orcs. I don't know what I'd want to do. I'd probably try to fight till the end if I was in that situation. Yeah, and use a lot of fire for sure. Yeah. You have to convince the Orcs that they can't win, so their magic beliefs makes it true. Oh, so yeah, you can use that against them. I see. Alright, let's learn about reproduction. Subject species Orc height is 218.6 centimeters, 25.56 centimeters above observed mean. Mass is 163.15 kg, Jesus, consisting mostly of dense skeletal structure and musculature, and 31.4% above observed mean. Epidermal layer is thick and lacking in nerve endings compared to the human norm. Pain response is less than anticipated, demonstrating extreme tolerance for discomfort. Previous test has awakened subject, and it now attempts to free itself. Muscle relax and administered to reproduce disruptive motion at 460% of human standing dosage. Tolerance for chemical influence is considerable. Preparing to open chest cavity. Don't open his chest cavity, he doesn't want to. Yeah. Orcs have not only survived, they have prospered and are more numerous than even the myriad trillions of individuals who comprise humanity across all of the galaxy. This is due in part to how Imperial scholars now believe that they reproduce. Orcs release fungal spores, which grow into plant-like womb What? The spores create plant wombs underground that nourishes the gestating bodies of the various Orcoid species. Hang on. I'm trying to visualize this. So kind of like a pouch. They like have an underground pouch. I need a diagram of this. Yeah, they're like Joey, but except they're underground. They dig themselves out of the ground. That's interesting. This is the entire basis of the Orcoid ecosystem, producing first squigs, then snotlings, who cultivate the squigs and the Orcoid fungus they feed on, then Gretchen to build the greenskin settlements, and finally the Orcs themselves. This means the Orcs, wherever they go, will have an abundance of food, slaves, and other resources. Yeah, because they have those other fellows with them. A moving Orcoid ecosystem that supports them as they unleash their WAAAGHs. This also makes it extremely difficult to rid a planet of Orcs. Even if their initial invasions is defeated, Orcs release spores throughout their lives, but release them massively at the moment of death. Oh, that's why they need to be burnt. So the spores burn, so they don't, like, accidentally, like, reproduce inside the dirt. Without a nearby population of Orcs. That actually reminds me of some kind of, like, aquatic species that will, like, kind of release their like eggs like underground. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of thing. Like some species, they'll release their eggs underground, and then all it needs to be is like fertilized. Kind of like turtles, actually. Yeah, exactly like turtles. That's interesting. Yeah. But with spores, obviously. Like, turtles are not fungi. At least last time I checked. Yeah. Without a nearby population of orcs, the Orcoid fungus will eventually start the Orcoid life cycle anew. Solar decades after weathering an orc, settlements on a planet can find themselves faced with an unexpected attack from feral orc tribes coming out of the wilderness, seemingly from nowhere. The only way to effectively remove all the orcs once they are on a planet is through a planetary exterminatus action. This is scary. So there's different subspecies of orcs. Oh, this is like from before. This is a Gretchen. Although they possess similar physiology to the orcs, Gretchen are not as strong or as tough as their larger brethren. To compensate for this, the Gretchen possess an abundance of low cunning, commonly known as grots, to the orcs. Gretchen are even more numerous than orcs. They scurry around the larger greenskins on scrawny legs, with their grasping fingers snatch and steal from the unwary. That would suck. Imagine being a Gretchen. Like, that would be really tough, I think. Not to be rude. I just feel like that would be really tough. Is there any way for Gretchens to become orcs? Or are they, like, totally different? That wouldn't be me. Let's see the other ones that exist. Snotlings! Snotlings or snots look like tiny immature Gretchen. Their scrawny limbs are too small to bear weapons, larger or more complicated than shards of broken glass or chunks of scrap. Lacking the violent tendencies of their larger kin, they make for very poor soldiers indeed, and are predominantly kept as little more than pets for their orc masters. Although they make excellent ammunition for the strange weapon the orcs call the shock attack gun. What? No, I don't want a mad knotling. Don't. What? They're live ammunition? That sucks. That would suck. No, that would not be me. That would not be me. This is me, a squig. A squig. A squig. That's me. I look just like him. Don't you see the resemblance? Wait, let me move my big head out of the way so I can show you how much I resemble this guy. Look, I'm like, imagine like I'm running. Oh, my big teeth. You see the resemblance? I'm a squig. Terrifying. Terrifyingly similar. I bet you never thought that I'd be the first squig VTuber. Didn't you? Yeah, there's two of them now. Squigs, or squiggly beasts, are an integral part of the mobile and incredibly aggressive Orcoid ecosystem. The squigs eat the refuse of the orcs, not to mention local plants, animals, and quite often each other. And the orcs eat the squigs. No! Wait, what the freak? Megboy squeeze viscous black lubricant from the snouts of oil squigs to keep gears and gubbins working. Pain boys use mending squigs to stitch wounds shut or structure limbs back in place. Eating squigs, parasite hunting squigs, bag squigs, even rare and bizarre sets of musical squig pipes all have these. What the heck is a musical squig pipe? This is ridiculous. Yet perhaps the most infamous squigs are the ravenous face spiders, which the orcs, in the same way humans might use attack dogs. Little more than a snapping, drooling mouth on legs, these ferocious beasties are a sign of status, and many in Orc warlord keep as a pet face spider squig that dines upon those who have fallen out of favor with him. That's me. Yeah, they eat squigs and also wear hair squigs, which is why Orcs has hairs in the first place. What? Hang on. What? I want to learn about hair squigs. Other equally sharp-toothed squigs grow and breed in the sprawling cesspits of the Orc settlements, lending an air of unpredictability. Wait, I want to learn more about Squig. Ew. Let me know about... Oh my god, look at... Oh my god! Wait. Attack squigs, bag squigs, bile squigs, bitey squigs, bomb squigs, boom squigs, bow torrent squigs, burner squigs, buzzer squigs, buzzing squigs, chewing squigs, colossal squigs, eating squigs, guard squigs, face eater squigs, flesh eater squigs, gas squigs, gob squigs, hair squigs, hairy squigs, herd squigs, horn squigs, juicy squigs, mimic oily squigs, paint squigs, screech squigs, parasite hunting squigs, spiky squigs, exploding squigs, squiggian, squighawk, squighog, squighounds, squigosaur, squigpipe, squig shark, squiggoth, stick squigs, swab squigs, syringe squigs, targeting squigs, vaccine squigs, vampire squigs, wired squigs. What the heck? That's a whole lot of squigs. Alright, well, okay, let's learn about bite squigs. Or bitey squigs. Bitey squigs include any squiggly beast with sufficient jaws, claws, and stingers to savage the target and anything standing close by. They are a favorite ammunition for orc squig launchers. Launch gnashing and snarling into the enemy. They latch onto the first thing they hit and do not stop chewing until they are bludgeoned, stomped, or shot to death. I don't have a large family. These aren't all my family. Okay? No. I want to know about hair squigs. Hair squigs. Hair squigs are a parasitic variety of squigs which possess small bodies, no legs, no eyes, and a pair of pincers in place of a mouth. They have long hair running from their tiny bodies that orcs like to customize and dye. Aww. After clamping the squig's pincers into their own hairless heads, this customization has no effect on the squig's health. What the heck? What the heck? Wow. That's lucky. That's really lucky. Which one is your favorite kind of squig? Do you guys have a favorite squig type? In order to increase their wealth, some orcs breed large, ferocious beasts known as flesh eaters. The flesh eater has a great gaping mouth like a crocodile, full of rows of sharp fangs that are similar to an orc's canine teeth. Flesh eaters continually shed and replace their teeth, and all the orcs have to do to collect this wealth is to send a Gretchen to collect the teeth, who of course aren't overly keen on this duty. Like orc teeth, flesh eater teeth also deteriorate after a few years. Flesh eaters are extremely long-lived, but rarely breed in captivity, making them even more valuable. Most orcs who own flesh eaters are either already knobs or become knobs on account of the wealth derived from owning these squigs. Not surprisingly, impoverished orcs sometimes attempt to steal a flesh eater or even raid rival settlements to capture them. Oh, I see. Well, you can't say I'm your favorite squig. They called him teeth like that. That's funny. It's funny. Look at him. He has a bomb on him. These are like the ones that are in Space Marine. They run and they blow up, I think. He looks cool. I like him. I like the... Oh, you like the Squiggoth. Yeah, those the big ones that move around stuff. That's pretty cool. Actually, I want to learn more about Squiggoth. Squiggoths. Wait, is there even a thing? There's even a thing in particular about Squiggoths. They're huge! A Squiggoth is the largest species of squigs, a form of ravenous orcoid creatures used by orcs as food and pack animals. Squiggoths are most commonly used by pre-industrial feral orcs, but can be found among their more technologically advanced space-faring counterparts as well. Oh, he's huge! However, this variety of squig is just as capable as a weapon, and can sow devastation in its wake as it transports orc boys and their weapons across the battlefield. The magos biologists of the Adeptus Mechanicus have identified squiggoths as fungal life forms, though they are fairly rare and cannot be grown to their largest size by a specialist breeder. Pig Dodds of the Snakebite clan. The size of the Squiggoths is determined by the effectiveness of their feed formula the breeder gives this creature. A Squiggoth's size ranges from that of a Lehman Russ tank to that of a small Titan. That's really big. Titans are huge! Although generally they're somewhere between the two extremes of size. Squiggoths are reptilian in nature and resemble Terran dinosaurs, although there also have been reports of mammoth-like squig. I want a mammoth squiggle, a big woolly mammoth squiggoth. Adapted to cold climates that possess heavy fur and tusks. Squiggoths, used for combat will have armored barding placed around the creature's neck and head, along with a small armored howdah, or even a fort on the largest Squiggoths, built on the creature's back. The fort carries orc boys along with powerful orc artillery pieces, such as super lobbers. The greatest weakness is pathfinding? Literally me. I'm not good at pathfinding either. I'm also not good at directions. It's just like me. In Dawn of War 1, they are almost impossible to kill without substantial losses and lots of daka. Oh! What would the champy squigs look like? Lots of big teeth, a super long tongue. I think he'd be woolly. Like the mammoth squigs. Huge ears, and on the back they would have a rabbit house. Just like a Squiggoth, they would carry rabbit houses on there filled with champions. Yeah. Yeah, if you let me drive without a GPS, it's over. It's over. I'm not gonna know where to go. Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna make another coffee. I'll be right back, okay? In the meantime, remind me of some YouTube channels I should watch, because I want to watch some videos about orc lore now. Because they're really interesting, and from what I found, it's really funny, all of the stuff that they've done, so I really want to learn about it. If anyone has some good YouTube channels or videos in mind, let me know. I'll be right back. Oh, oops. One sec. Squiggle, 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 wiggle, squiggle, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Alright. I'm gonna look at and see some videos. I'll ask maybe to see if the channel is good. For this kind of thing. Give me 1 second. Squiggle, wiggle. This kind of goes for... This video goes for, what about the channel, Crack Duck? Is that a good one to watch? Is that a good channel? Does anyone watch that one? Are they gonna strike me? Or are they going to be nice? Yeah. Oh, good night. Have a good sleep. Are they going to be mean and strike me or not? Well, not mean. Like, I kind of get it. Like, I am just reacting to their videos, but... It's a chill dude? Okay. Because from what I can see, there's lots of videos about orcs that he has. Okay. Alright, let's see how this one is. And let me know how the volume is. I think most people, like, if I made videos like this and people reacted to it... And, like, people reacted to it, I'd be, like, really excited that people are as interested about this kind of thing as me. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy for that. I would really have no issue with it. I don't really get where that whole thing, like, comes from. Why people get, like, so upset. As long as, like, someone, like, is actually responding to the things being said. But I will, every video I'm watching, I will put in the description. So if you guys want to watch it on your own later, you can. But yeah, let me know how the volume is here. Oh, disclaimer, there will be even more random shouts and yells in this video than the average cracked up video. Thank you, the Orks. Alright. Let's listen to this one. Oh, it's October. Oh, you guys can't hear it, sorry.
Hi, friends. It's Orktober! Orks, orks, orks! Am I right, boys? Orc boys, that is. Woo! Orcs are my favorite xenospecies and probably my second biggest Wh40k army, which, come to think about it, maybe my little cracked brain just likes seeing a ton of little green men on the tabletop. But yes,
Is
orcs,
this okay?
orcs! Everyone's favorite silly, goofy, heavy metal, ramshackle, Mad Max murder fungus.
Better?
Orcs are a race perfectly suited to grim dark 40k
Okay, great.
world. You know the classic line, in the grim darkness of the far future.
I want that
there is
t-shirt.
only war. Well, when a normal person reads that, they might say, oh dear, well, that doesn't sound very pleasant at all.
It sounds
But
great.
an orc would say, oh, wow, that sounds like literal heaven. Yippee! Orcs literally only want one thing, and it's disgusting. And unlike regular boys who just want cool-ass figurines to paint, or I guess hotties or wherever that original quote was referencing, orc boys only want war! I mean, war! Orcs eat, sleep, and breathe war. And that's at least slightly literal.
Do you guys
All
like
of orc
war
culture
too?
biology revolves around war, warfare, and large military conflicts, aka war. The orcs are one of the oldest species in the galaxy and were literally biologically engineered for war. A long time ago in a galaxy that is this one,
yeah.
the old ones, basically super intelligent, near
But we
godlike
learned about
magic
the old
space lizards,
ones.
created the Eldar and later the Orcs in order to fight the Necrons in the war in heaven. That's a video for another time, but just know it was pretty nutty. And nutty times call for nutty dudes, and nutty the Orcs were. Not a ton is known about them, but the Orcs are the pinnacle of orc kind. They have all of the modern orc strengths tuned to 11 while also being extremely intelligent. They were the perfect warrior race as they were mostly self-sustaining, repopulate quickly, and got stronger based on how strong their opponents were. That last part was actually part of the reason why they became the weaker modern-day orc. The war in heaven was astronomically nutty. A clash of gods with peak Necron, Eldar, and orcs along with some other wackos. So, after the war was ended, the Orcs were basically malnourished as they no longer had super powerful foes to constantly fight. Consequently, they began to regress and were systematically hunted down by the Eldar. And as the years passed, the Orcs became weaker and weaker until their modern-day iteration, which the modern-day Orcs being the...
That's kind of like having island giantism. Like they got really big because they had an overabundance of things to eat and ways to get stronger, and then once they went, they shrink to kind of their normal size because of like there being less and less things in the area for them to have. It's kind of like that. Yeah.
Weak, watered-down version of the orc race is pretty crazy considering their presence is usually an impossible to get rid of green apocalypse level event. But with that, what makes the orcs so dang dangerous? And why exactly are they a perfectly engineered warrior race?
Yeah, tell me.
Because they're green, and green is best. But jorks, jokes plus orcs, aside, them being green actually is tied to one of their greatest strengths, their unending tides. But I'll get to that in a bit. First, I need to cover the basics. Orcs are incredibly tough and strong. Their bones are thicker and more dense than humans. They have simpler organs, less sensory nerves so they don't feel as much pain, and they have a layer of sponginess.
Wait, I like this picture. I like this picture. I like this picture. That's just like me, you know? This is just like me. I have that's like normal height and that's my height. It's how it is for me too. I really understand and relate to this.
Organs, less sensory nerves so they don't feel as much pain, and they have a layer of spongy flesh to lessen impacts. All these traits make the orcs very durable and deadly in combat. They're basically really, really hard to kill roided up gorillas with giant guns and swords. And that hard to kill part is no joke. Orcs can survive dismemberment, decapitation, impaling, crushing, and pretty much anything
crushing
else,
too?
at least for a short time.
That
short
that
time
answers my
often
question.
enough time for them to shoot you in the face or crump you in return. In addition to this, remember that the orcs also get stronger than bigger the more they fight, the more powerful their opponents are, and the more unified they are. This makes orc wars incredibly dangerous as they unify orcs to a common cause and gather more and more greenskins to wage war, constantly powering themselves up. Now, back to green, and this next part doesn't really make sense for real science, but who gives a damn? This is 40k, rule it cool, baby! So, the orcs are supposedly green because they have chlorophyll in their blood and can photosynthesize.
I knew it was chlorophyll. I told you. Guys, I didn't even read that. I guessed it because of what I know about biology, and I was right. Yeah. Yes. I'm a real smart cookie. Yes, and they can photosynthesize too. Did you know that? Yeah.
This, in conjunction with their ability to eat pretty much anything and the fact that their food literally grows with them, means that almost all their labor and supply lines can be dedicated to more DACA! Woo! To elaborate on their food situation, let me describe the typical orc reproduction cycle. And don't worry, kiddos, orcs reproduce in the boring way. That's to say they don't have sex, unlike us super cool Warhammer players. Orcs are technically a fungoid species, which makes no sense with the photosynthesis thing, since not being able to photosynthesize is a key differentiator between fungi and plant. But I quit biology, so I didn't have to think about biology
But he's green,
anymore,
which means
so
chlorophyll.
Also, sometimes orcs are said to be a third fungus, a third animal, and a third plant, specifically algae, but this also doesn't really make sense either, but whatever, it's 40k, not McGraw-Hill. So moving on, for real. The orcs are one of the most numerous, if not the most numerous factions in the entire galaxy. Psst, they're the most numerous. The Orks have been found in every corner of the galaxy, so there's no doubt at least 10 of them on the low end and more than 11 of them on the high end. Even worse, the Orks spread and reproduce at an astonishing rate, so if they don't quite inhabit every corner of their galaxy yet, they will eventually. So just like Spirit Halloween, like a bazillion of them can just show up overnight and sow terror in the local population. Boom! October callback, baby. But back to Sirius Town. Overnight is a bit of an overstatement, but they still reproduce very quickly. Orks reproduce by releasing spores which incubate underground into little freakish plant wombs and gestate into various
I needed a visual for that.
Squigs are born first, then snotlings who start the food supply by herding the squigs and cultivating fungus. Then the grots build important structures, and then finally,
I need the visuals
like
for this.
Blister, the Orks come
yes,
after
we
the
are
hard
kind
work
of like
done. They use all this stuff the lesser Orcoid
we are kind
life
of
forms
looking
so
at what I
nicely
read,
made for them
but
and go off to look for something to fight.
It's
This
good to
Ork
have a
life
visual.
cycle makes it almost impossible to fully eradicate the Orks, since once you kill one of them, they release a bunch of spores to start the cycle anew. So usually once a planet is visited by the Orks, they have to deal with them for the rest of the time. But I now realize I just listed a bunch of names that might sound like a bunch of nonsense to normal people, so let's quickly segue into Ork culture. The Orks essentially have a caste system in which the wacky critters I just described.
So we already learned about this. So I want to learn a little bit about like kind of some of the lore. So let's go. Let's learn about this. This is Luton 09, and this video does go for 57 minutes. I'm sorry, but I wanna learn, if that's okay. If that's okay. I hope that's okay. I hope that's okay. I wanna learn. It is actually pretty short for a Warhammer video. The Orks are the pinnacle of creation. For them, the great struggle is won. They have evolved a society which knows no stress or angst. They have angst, just not for the life that they live. I'm sure half of it will be stuff we already heard. No, I don't think so, because this is about like actual war, about like the lore of them. Besides from the beginning, maybe it will be in more detail. Who are we to judge them? We Eldar who have failed, or the humans on the road to ruin in their turn, and why? Because we sought answers to questions an Ork wouldn't even bother to ask. We see a culture that is strong and despise it as crude. Oh, it's not always crude if it's strong. And let me know if the volume's okay. Yeah, he looks scary. He looks scary, guys.
Orks are one of the most fearsome, savage, insidious, and most well-established races in the 41st millennium. They lack any empathy even toward their own race, and they exist as a genetically engineered creation of instinct and a DNA-coded sense of purpose. They are created for one task and one collective goal only: to wage unending war.
Oh. Wait, that's huge. Why is she
huge? The Orks are one of the older races in the 41st millennium, along with the Eldar, being created by the Old Ones. The then Krok would later become what are now known as the race of Orks.
This may be like a thing of what we just heard, which is be okay.
Possessing many levels of high intelligence. The Orks are their exact opposite, working on pure genetic instinct. Orks and greenskins in general, though, are not born from sexual reproduction. They're rather grown from
That's
spores.
so terrifying!
And all Orks are grown from these same spores and fungus.
Ew.
Be they lowly snotlings.
Look at the baby Ork in the womb underground.
Warriors. Once a planet becomes infected with Ork fungus, either by chance or invasion, it'll likely never be free again. having to forever
Can't I just
defend
blow up
against
the underground?
unrelenting green menace. This infection
guess
is
they're not gonna
often
know.
likened to something like a terminal disease. Once a world is contaminated, it will surely be a case of when, not if, it will eventually wither and die. Orcs are enemies to all throughout the galaxy, but despite their crude and instinctive-driven nature, they should never be underestimated. Defense to an orc assault can seem almost hopeless from the outset for some human worlds. With all
Don't
their
hurt
strength
him.
and power that they can wield, to fight the orcs is nothing other
Why
than
are
a
they
battle
hurting
of
him?
attrition, a slow grinding down of morale and willpower. For a successful defense against any assault from the Greenskins only buoys their spirits and emboldens them.
Can I ask a serious question? Are orcs racist? Because, like, why can't they just, like, team up with the... I know that they want, like, war and whatnot, but couldn't you, like, just, like, befriend them? And say, yeah, you can come on our planet and we can be friends, and let's defeat other planets and become stronger. Like, if you tried to convince them that with your help and make them believe that they're not going to be able to achieve their dreams, you know, or their purpose without you, then you can work with them. Has that ever happened before? But like, say you convince them through, like, you know, because you can convince them to not fight you anymore if they think they're not going to win. But what if you convince them that they want that, like, you can have a even better fight if you team up? I feel like that's what I'd do. If my planet was infected by orcs, I would just say, "Hey, listen, like, this is really fun and all, but we could have even more fun if we just, like, go to another planet. Let's take this somewhere else. Yeah. Big brain. Orcs defeated. And, yeah, easy."
Further to attack.
Yeah, that is
again,
heresy if you
with
think
more
about it,
fury
teaming up with
and
them. That's
more
probably the
enthusiasm.
biggest reason why it
They
doesn't
won't
happen more
relent,
often.
They won't slow or surrender. There is no respite. There is no escape. A planet infected by the orc menace is a doomed world. Orcs possess a powerful genetic sense of being to fight, to conquer.
Yeah, you
and
would
to
have
never
to do it every
surrender
time.
under any circumstances. Their strategies, if you could call them that, are usually unsurprisingly simple and unashamedly direct: to overwhelm the enemy with sheer weight of numbers or absolute weapon superiority, to never show their enemies mercy, to smash and obliterate all
yeah,
who oppose
true, they
them
will just
under
attack
an
you when the other guy's
unrelenting
beaten.
green
True,
tide
true.
of ultra violence. They wage war with machines that defy logic and technical understanding,
that
and
one.
they care little for strategic gain, are seen to be just as likely to slaughter one another as they are the enemy. But most especially if
Can
an
I ask
enemy
another
is in
question?
their sights.
Wouldn't it be funny if orcs, like, somehow, like, convince themselves that square wheels were, like, the best way of travel because they're, like, square, and squares have edges, and edges mean that everything will be, like, sharper, and that they'll be able to, like, be a weapon of mass destruction and, like, pierce the ground with their, like, really sharp wheels. They could probably make the square wheels work if they were to convince themselves that it was a great idea. Yeah. Yeah,
Orcs are often
that's pretty
reported
cool.
to, for example, skewer one another with swords and other melee
Oh,
weapons.
orc pirates
just so
are
as
known to
gain
work
a
with and
killing
accept
blow
jobs
to
from
an opponent,
humans. Oh, that's
crush
sweet
their
of them.
kin with their own vehicles with little, if any, regard, and use heavy weaponry without thought to such a thing as friendly casualties. Imperial forces are often left to wonder, how does one battle an enemy that defies all logic? And their answer is usually exterminatus.
What's exterminatus? Guys, tell me! Tell me!
The Orks, as mentioned previously, are an engineered species. They were created some 60 million years ago by the Old Ones, who also created the Eldar and seeded life across the galaxy.
Why do the Old Ones do that? What the hell is wrong with them?
As were the Eldar, to wage war against the Necrons, the ancient enemy of the Old Ones.
The Necrons.
The Orks would refer to their creators as the
Planet Eraser. Oh, they're nuking it.
Now, while the Eldar were made to be highly intelligent with extremely powerful psychic powers so as to best counter the Necron and Cthulhu
they made two
threat,
polar opposites.
The Orks, then Krork, however, were the antithesis.
I haven't learned about the Eldar yet.
Muscle-bound, irrationally
Who do you guys rather, the Eldar or the Orks? Let me know.
Of advanced intelligence.
One for Eldar, two for Ork.
Designed instinct. Orks, you see, require war and brutality, as others might need food and water to sustain them. To an Ork, war and brutal savagery is not a desire, it's a physical requirement to their identity. And this is why
you guys
they often fight amongst themselves as much as they would any outside races. While they do possess advanced tech, it is maintained by a class known as Oddboys, who, as with all other Orks, are driven more by just a gut feeling, a born knowledge, than a true awareness of what they're actually doing. Unlike the Imperium of the 41st millennium, the Oddboys possess the instinct of skill to not only maintain, but more importantly,
I would love to learn about their Eldar, but they're narcissists.
If you can really call it such. This skill isn't learned or researched by any conventional sense of tech development. It's instead bound into their genetics. As with all things Ork, most of their skills are instinctive. The best way to really envisage this is for them to just smash things together until by some miracle it just works.
It just
works!
Of
deadly galactic scrap heap challenge, if you will.
It just works!
Orks don't possess any random evolutionary psychic powers as humans might. And say, you know, evolutionary, if it's the Old Ones which have seeded life, perhaps it's by design. But nonetheless, the psychic power with Orks is comically random. And again, being by design from their creators, the Old Ones, this bizarre psychic power allows for Orks to literally will something to be true. That if just enough of them believe it, then it will be so. For example, the class...
Guys, this is how VTubing works. If enough of you and me, and we're all delusional enough to think that, like, I'll make it really big, okay? If we all collectively think, oh yeah, Giggles is gonna be a big shot, she's gonna be a big shot, she's gonna be a big deal, okay? If enough of you think that, okay, it will happen. We just all need to cope collectively. It actually works so a lot of the time. Like, if you are delusional enough to believe something, then it might even happen. It might happen.
Classic painting their war machines a certain color may imbue it with a power, like being more powerful with explosives or just to go faster. Just because enough Orks will believe it to be so, with the proximity of numbers of them, means it will become a reality. This enables Orks to achieve things like space travel, even controlling space hulks and bringing them into real space.
What the heck? I didn't know they could do that, but I guess it makes sense that they can.
A terrifying thought.
I like how a lot of their, like, the stuff that they make have, like, the jaws on them, like, kind of like how they have those big, like, big oversized jaws, like, and it looks like their machinery has it too, like with big teeth and stuff. It looks like an orc. It's so cool.
As well as bringing huge war machines to a battlefield, all of these things by all rational logic should be outside their realm of skill and possibility, and this genetic trait is also why Ork technology, whilst essentially being just a random collection of things smashed together, will become devastatingly fearsome war machines in the hands of Orks, but then would just as easily return to being useless junk in the hands of other races. It's a clever solution to the threat of your war gear falling into the hands of an enemy, and again, this is by design of the Old Ones. Conversely though, if Ork numbers dwindle, then it can be potentially counterproductive. Unlike other races who can wield immense power reliably, even in singular or small numbers, any number of examples would suit from, say, Imperial Assassins to Grey Knights and Eldar Wraith Knights. The more or less of their own race will not have a bearing on their success, their strength, or their functionality of their tech. Not so much with the Orcs. The awareness of this Orc psychic functionality came into general understanding through the Imperium of Man's tech priests, who, through their own cultivated belief in a machine spirit that inhabits technology, and that this machine spirit serves mankind at the command of the machine god. This imbued them with a perspective and point of reference that enabled them to see the truth of how Orcs were able to bring technology to the fore that should have been far.
Wait, so do these guys like the Orcs or not? Do they like them because like they can also will things into existence too, or like not really? I feel like they might look down upon them for being like barbaric.
Out of their reach. Lastly, the Orc race's anatomy is
no one likes the Orcs. What? No one likes the Orcs? They find them interesting, but they hate them? No! What? No, that's not nice. That's not nice. Why does no one like the Orcs? Not even one. Not even one. Not even other Orcs. Well, I like the Orcs, okay? If no one likes the Orcs, I do. I like them, okay? Okay? That's really sad. You know what? If Orcs have 1 million fans, I'm one of them. If they have 100 fans, I'm one of them too. If they have 1 fan, that's just me, okay? If they have no one that likes them, then I'm dead. I'm not around anymore, okay? Oh.
The old ones obviously wanted the Orcs or Krork to be functional as a warrior race, a biological war machine.
I like them.
But before you have the ability to wage war, you still have to fulfill any life form's basic needs.
Wait, look, this is me. Wait, this is me and my big machine, and I can do a big ducka. Wait, look. Hang on. Look. This is me if I was a big leading orc. Look. So I'd be in a really big machine I make, okay, with a big amazing contraption and big stompers and big stompers and stuff too, okay, and a big old head, and everyone's like, what? And I've got a megaphone so everyone hears me, right? And they think I'm the biggest and the strongest. But really, on the inside of it all, that's me in there. That's me piloting it, but no one knows. They all think I'm the coolest in town, yeah.
Like sustenance.
Yeah,
food,
the rabbit
water,
is on the head of
basics of life. The old ones in their wisdom imbued the Orcs with a powerful genetic advantage here on top of their already many powerful genetic traits. For one, when it comes to food and liquid intake, the Orcs can use their own growing fungus as a food source. They'll happily eat pretty much anything though when it comes to meat, and the lower Orc forms of snotlings will cultivate this fungus food. The more interesting elements of their biology though is that Orcs really are something like a symbiotic animal-fungus hybrid, making them partly eukaryotic in nature. Now, fungus was historically part of the plant kingdom, but fungi lack chlorophyll, the green pigment in plants that converts light energy to chemical energy. They also have other distinct structural and physiological features, and are so classed separately from
Orcs should have gills.
Now, it has been suggested that Orcs' green skin and their blood could directly contain chlorophyll, so as to allow orcs to actually photosynthesize.
Well, if they can, yeah, if they can photosynthesize, then yeah.
And thereby provide orcs with some energy so they can survive longer without actual food. Now, the only problem, this makes absolutely no sense for the reasons that I just mentioned. Fungi don't have chlorophyll. So if orcs grow and were cultivated as a plant-based life form, in part, this would actually be more reasonable. But they're not. They're grown from fungi. So apparently
but they
the
have
generator
algae which has chlorophyll.
should actually do some more microscopic comparisons before they reach their conclusions. However, it's also suggested that orcs in their blood and bodies may contain some sort of algae.
Yeah.
And that this might be actually what's responsible for the coloration
so
and then also possibly the
smart.
ability to photosynthesize
I'm
to a degree.
smart.
This is a more reasonable concept,
I'm the
but as
most
with all alien
smart
races,
in the world.
information is pretty scarce and speculation is abound. So this one point aside, other orc anatomical interests are that an orc's animal-fungal symbiosis means that they actually contain less critical organs than, say, a human, meaning orcs can afford to take wounds and damage that actually might kill a lesser creature.
I think they have more simple organs and stuff because, like, that's just how it works. That's just how it works, innit? Oh, thank you very much for resubbing. Thank you so much. Because, like, it just get put together that way. It's just easier that way.
But it will allow them to continue functioning. Part of the reason they are so surely haphazard when in battle, almost careless, is their bodies are essentially designed to be simple, practical, and operate even when catastrophically damaged, which rings true of everything we know about their purpose and their design. They were designed to be a biological war machine and nothing more. Orc growth, though, is a strange thing, whereby orcs will grow according to, I suppose, unsurprisingly, how violent they are. They'll generally continue to grow at a varying rate dependent on how successful they are in combat, be that versus other orcs or their enemies, and then their growth will stagnate.
That's just how it works. Coulter, what's that?
Orcs live across a wide and scattered number of worlds throughout the galaxy. Some in a state of war, some in endless skirmishes, and some dominating worlds, ruling them as overlords,
Is that what it means?
with often human slaves obeying their brutal command. The Orcs expansion was
they're
really
just spelling
an
culture
accident,
weird.
as
Yeah,
best known in
okay.
Orc history.
I thought
Of
so.
course it was. This is why even now their settlements are often random with no real pattern, focus, or direction. The Eldar claim Orcs have become part of reality itself.
Oh, sorry, it's German.
Mankind
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well
yeah.
Scouted, probed the galaxy, all of the known galaxy, and everywhere that they explored, they found the Orc. The galaxy at this point is contaminated beyond any hopes of cleansing and salvaging it from the Orc. Because of the random
Why do some of them have WAAAGH on them? Does that mean on this map? Yeah, why does it say WAAAGH? Does that mean because there's a current war arising in that area? Or maybe it's inhabited by a ton of orcs or it's infected. Is that why? That's pretty cool that they've changed the map for that then.
Explore and inhabit the galaxy. They have splintered into various communities, if you want to call them.
Waging
These
war?
communities are usually
okay.
just a confederacy of tribes, either loosely or under a warlord. Each tribe is a random bunch of orcs just smashed together with clans and various mechs and materials. It's a mishmash of violence and constructivity. It's best not to overthink it. It bears no resemblance to any ordered sense of a community or a society.
Yeah, I was wondering if they have like communities, but I don't think they would.
They know that humans worship the Emperor and have seen his shrines and symbols across human society. They regard the Emperor as the god of the humans. This is easy for orcs to understand as they have their own gods. Even though they see humans as weak, they do respect the Emperor as a powerful war god. From the orc point of view, the Emperor is a constant warlord to the humans. They see him everywhere in human society, and so do the orcs. This widespread war god must surely be powerful. and therefore to be respected.
Oh.
Some orcs speak of a legend where the Emperor would appear as a manifestation challenging the orc gods to battle. But still, despite this,
wait, I don't know
he's
about
also
the
seen
orc
to the orcs
gods.
as a confusing
Do they have
figure.
anything to
Why
do with
he would
chaos
command
or
his
not?
human servants to take on so many pointless tasks when they could be just fighting makes no sense to the orcs.
Yeah, it's
The
crazy.
humans' constant failures or their stress and despair seems to underline this confusion for orcs. Hence why they often use the word "uman"
Oh,
as
Gork.
a slang for things that are pointless, impractical, or just counterproductive.
They
The
call
orcs'
it
attitude to
Uman.
life is fairly simple, and therefore they cope with the realities of the universe far better
Oh,
than many other
okay.
races. With no overarching goals and day-to-day concerns
Gork
being
and
really
Mork
only whether to build or
are
fight
their
or eat,
gods.
it's quite a stress-free life. Especially when you have no fear of
I
your own
see.
mortality.
That
from an
too,
orc's point
Gork
of
and
view.
Mork
Generally
are.
speaking, they don't try to influence their own destiny, they don't try to apportion blame, unless it's some stupid Gretchen looking to get his head bashed in. Their
Head
hatred is
bashed
spread
in.
equal among their
I'll
enemies
bash
and
in your
their allies,
head.
and if they fail, they feel no guilt, try again in a different way. Unlike humanity, chaos has little to any fear or effect with orcs. Their
Oh,
minds
okay,
are
so they don't
hardwired
even
to their
care.
simple day-to-day activities, so dreams of power and turning against each other for some cause, it's not something that's likely to spread very insidiously through a tribe
Wait,
of orcs.
is that
They're
a-
probably too busy already killing each other. Likely
Wait,
to spread
excuse
very
me?
insidiously.
Excuse me. Is this a Is this a Is this a squiggle? Is that a squiggle? Or not? Let me know.
Through a tribe of orcs. They're probably too busy already killing each other over some far more
Is that
trivial
Squig?
matter. And because of their simple and objectively speaking stress-free lifestyle, it leaves little psychic stress by which chaos can actually invade them.
Ah, that's some
Also, even
I
though
was
some
thinking,
races
why
may
Squig
look
with
upon
them?
the orcs as evil, either due to their near mindless savagery
They're not
or their endless
evil.
conquest of worlds, this is actually pretty ignorant.
One is cunningly
perspective.
brutal and the other one is
Lumping
brutally
orcs in
cunning, and if you
alongside
mix
dark
them
forces
up,
like
they
chaos
kill
or
ya.
dark
Oh, that's like the book I was gonna read, the Brutal Cunning book. Which one's Brutal Cunning about? Is that about... Wait, I shouldn't ask. Because if I get it wrong, I'll get my head bashed in.
Elder is really a disservice to the orcs because they exist by design and they have become simply very effective at existing. They follow their instincts and these are hard-coded into their very being. Evil,
Why
I
are they...
don't
Look,
think
that
so,
one's kind of
but brutally
cute.
savage, definitely.
He's kind of
It's
cute.
also often mistaken that perhaps if one were to see chaos and
It's about an orc chosen
fighting
by the
on
gods.
the same battlefield, that they
Oh.
are somehow an alliance. In reality, it's probably more simply that the orcs just see them as other fighters on the field who they'll probably turn to deal with in short order once the nearer enemy to them has been battered into submission.
That makes
And
sense.
when it comes to trade, orcs strangely do
That one's
have
kinda
this
cute
as
too.
part of
Why
their
are they
culture,
kinda
and they
cute?
use their teeth. Literally their teeth. It's actually a comically natural solution to economic inflation because orcs go through their teeth similarly to something like a shark. They replace and regrow them frequently. Orc teeth also degrade over time, so it's impossible to stockpile them. This keeps prices in orc trading constant and ensures that all orcs have access to regular currency and commodities. And besides, if you're running short on teeth, it's no problem. You can just go smash some other orc's face in and get yourself some more. Orc language
right.
is deemed as being
That
low
makes sense.
Gothic, and orcs are able to communicate with others, but at a very basic level. Orc script, though, is very different altogether, and it's actually written in glyphs. The core of
Oh.
this is simple clan indicators, and these are then adapted using phonetic symbols, which can form some
Wait,
of the
that's
key
cool. I've
orc
seen it on the
words.
machinery
It's pretty simple though,
stuff.
because it's just generally not needed by the orc race. They function by design, not structure or organization. They have no need to keep records, log data, or any other useful societal function for writing and literature. These aren't important for orcs. The orc way is one of near anarchy. They're ruled by traditions and understandings much more than
Hi, all new here. The Tyrant have the same issue as Chaos. G and Stealer orcs are far calmer and more docile than regular orcs, so the other orcs just kill him thinking he's useless. What the heck? Everything is written in glyphs, but they don't even talk in glyphs. They talk like British men. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. That is funny. That is funny. That's so silly.
laws and governing. And it's pretty simple. Orc society is about conflict. Strong orcs will rise up.
I need to
weak
learn.
ones will work or are killed.
There should be an orc dictionary that can teach me about this.
Stronger orcs. If an orc tribe is beaten by a stronger one, the survivors gain the leadership of a better tribe, making them stronger. And there's no rules about a tribe's size, location, or purpose. It's just the rough grouping of orcs in a given area at a given time. And each is led by a warlord whose authority
I guess they
is
speak English,
pretty
don't write
loose,
English.
giving just maybe enough rule to prevent all the orcs from
Well, they probably
turning
don't know
on
how to
each
write.
other.
They probably
A
just
tribe
know
could be a
symbol,
few hundred
look like
strong,
thing.
a few million. The literal numbers are not important. Large tribes are usually split into smaller groups of warbands which are ruled by war bosses. And these warbands are usually a few hundred strong, creating smaller forces ready to battle wherever it's necessary, or whenever they feel like it. While
I love
orcs
how they
will belong to a
accidentally are
tribe,
so
they also
powerful.
belong to a clan. Now, a tribe may break apart into parts or form new ones, but clans are enduring and remain a reasonable constant from an orc point of view. Some of the most noted orc clans are as follows. Now, the Bad Moons, these are some of the most wealthy orcs. They're essentially what could be regarded as the merchant caste in orc society.
Wait, what are they called
The
again?
Bloodaxes were the first orc clan to encounter the Imperium of Man, and they adopted human tactics of camouflage, albeit slightly bright camouflage. And
I
usually
like
for orcs,
it.
they'll sometimes actually retreat,
Bad
having
Moons.
picked this up also from humans,
I like
but they'll
his
usually
hat.
return, and in greater numbers. This clan will sometimes even trade with humans, even having been known to work as mercenaries for them, which sounds crazy, but may be uncomfortably necessary. The Death Skulls are essentially looters and scavengers. They appropriate battlefield loot to make themselves stronger, including Imperial war gear.
Oh, cool.
The Evil Sons are orcs who are committed to speed, and whatever makes them go
Evil
fast
Sons.
should be as loud as possible. They also love flying vehicles like fighters, fighter bombers, and they
Wait,
usually
I
seem
like
to wear at
them.
least some red material, because as all orcs do know, red ones go faster. And Goths,
Red
the Goths are
fast,
simply
yes.
tough orcs. They're the biggest, the most brutal. They thrive on battle more so than others, and they're driven by the blood fury of close quarter battle. Snakebites worship ancient traditions over advanced tech. They protect themselves with war paint and may even choose to remain as feral orcs instead of developing their skills with mechs and guns. Finally, the freebooters. These are the pirates. These orcs are notorious thieves, preying upon anything or anyone that they find. They'll kill anybody they see. They'll seize upon, haul their booty back to their hidden bases. So now we go to orc religion. Whether intentional or not, the old ones ended up imbuing the orc with a religious sensibility.
Oh.
They worship their two gods, Gork and Mork.
Gork and
One is
Mork.
brutal and cunning, and the other is cunning and brutal. The orc gods are the center of orc energy. They drive and power their whole culture. The best idea we have of how the orcs perceive their gods is in their mechs. These are the physical manifestation of their orc gods and drive their followers into stupefying frenzies of violence and bloodlust. They're also seen in armoured battle suits Gorkanaut and Morknaut. These armoured suits
is
are
that
seen
why
as
they
idols,
look
and the
like
orcs piloting
orcs?
these suits gripped with visions of their gods, urging them to fight on harder, faster, more brutally, and
I thought they
inevitably
just
to
thought
meet
it was
their
cool because it
demise
looked like
on the
them,
battlefield.
but it looks like they're
While
gods.
orcs
That's pretty
often
cool.
talk of Gork and Mork as separate entities, it's even possible they are one.
I always
perhaps
wondered
with
why
two
they looked like
sides,
that.
or provide different visions to different orcs. Still, it doesn't stop the orcs from often.
That's a really cool explanation as to like a design feature in a game. That's really cool. They make it like that to worship their god and to make them want to fight more. Like that's really cool. I like that. Yeah.
Favouring one or the other, being known as either Gorkers or Morkers.
Oh, Gorkers or
One figure in
Morkers.
the Imperium knows more of Gork and Mork than most others. He is Vulcan, the Primarch of the Salamanders. He is what's
What?
known as a
Wait, I thought you guys were joking about salamanders. I thought you were joking. I thought you were talking about like the animal. I didn't know you were talking about a real guy or a real like thing. I thought you guys were doing a little trick. What the heck? How come he knows? He doesn't look like an orc to me. The Kang Marines? What? What the heck is a Kang Marine? Like, we was Kangs and she... Wait, I don't think I can say that, I think.
A universe. Essentially, he's
Sorry.
immortal. He can regenerate from almost any injury, even something like being vaporized. Vulcan disappeared after the Horus Heresy, but he would appear some 1500 years later on the imperial world of
Shut
Caldera
the fuck
to
up.
aid in...
Shut up. I need to go pee. Shut up. Forget it. Forget about it. Shut up. No one say anything. Be quiet. 1 second. Okay. I'm back.
defending it against a massive orc invasion. Now, though
Wait,
he
let me
died
go
many
back.
times-
I'm a little confused. Huh? R.I.P. Well, I'm still here. Oh, hi. Sorry, I just had to pee. Sorry. I thought you meant I actually, like, died. I was like, what the heck? So, wait. What is a salamander? Explain.
than most others. He is Vulcan, the Primarch of the Salamanders. He is what's known as a perpetual in the 40k universe. Essentially, he's an immortal. He can regenerate from almost any injury, even something like being vaporized. And Vulcan disappeared after the Horus Heresy, but he would appear some 1500 years later on the Imperial world of Caldera
Well, that's nice
to
of
aid
him.
in defending it against a massive orc invasion. Now, though he died many times over, he would regenerate and appear again on the front lines. The Imperial Inquisition requested he lead a mission to destroy the orc warboss known as the Beast.
The Beast.
But Vulcan refused until Caldera
That's
was
me.
saved.
That's what they call
With
me.
the aid of Imperial forces, Vulcan saved Caldera from destruction and would return to Terra, gathering
Space Marines that get turned black cause of their unique gene seed, they're bros. Oh, okay. Interesting.
an Imperial force to Ulanor, to the homeworld of the Beast. Vulcan would lead the final charge into the Beast's massive temple Gargant,
The
confronting
Beast.
the Warboss there. During a powerful struggle, the Primarch and the Warboss would fall into the Gargant's power generator, and Vulcan created a detonation in the generator so powerful it killed not only the Beast, but a massive chain reaction, shattering the temple Gargant and obliterating them. Vulcan presumed dead by the Imperium, but the Salamander Space Marines still hunt for him, believing him indestructible, and that he will return to them.
He'll
And
return.
the point of this story was what Vulcan would witness in the heart of the Orc Gargant when exposed to its powerful generator. He witnessed the raw energy that was the culmination of all the Orcs' WAAAGH, and he would witness the
All the
origins of
Orcs'
the Orcs
WAAAGH.
and their gods Gork and Mork battling one another.
Is that
at the
Ork and
beginning of
Mork?
time. This
They're
powerful
brawling it
vision
out.
allowed Vulcan to understand the true nature of the Orcs, how they are a race of evolution through experimental anarchy.
What the heck? I'm the hand of Gork and Mork. They sent me to rouse up the boys to crush and kill cause the boys forgot what they're here for. Wait. I'm the hand of Gork and Mork. They sent me to rouse up the boys to crush and kill cause the boys forgot what they were here for. I was one of the boys till the gods smashed me in the head. And I remember that Orcs is meant to conquer and make work and make work boys of everything they won't kill. That was made by Ghazghkull. Good on him. Good on him. Americans, did you understand that? I like his little logo.
Now, the Orcs have been an ever-existing threat to the Imperium of Man, but towards the end of the 41st millennium, there's
Definitely
been seen an
next remind me I
explosion
want to
in
look at
Orc
something about
WAAAGH.
Orc speak.
Now, the Orc Dominion, or Empire, marks the regions in the galaxy
Every word.
currently controlled by the Xenos. Some planets are now completely controlled by the Orc race, where others are in an unending state of brutal, nightmarish, and near hopeless war.
No, they
Orcs have
don't
been
write
heard to keep
English.
under
No, that wasn't it. No, he said it and someone maybe scribed it, I think.
Some of the local populace, creating a prison workforce who are kept in unbearable, exhausting and dangerous conditions, abiding by their uncaring savage slave masters. Most of these prisoners will be unlikely to ever know any other life than being subject now to the Orcs' brutal
Sorry.
But the Orcs will at any time also control random isolated worlds, as well as rampaging hordes that sweep through the galaxy, battling all that they encounter. They also have been found inhabiting ancient space hulks. Now, as an aside, a space hulk is simply a term given by the Imperium of Man to any ancient wrecks of space vessels. These hulks are no mere freighters or even warships, but giant ancient vessels, possibly from the early exploration of mankind, or even lost in the age of strife.
Thraka's the boss.
They can be so massive as to even maintain their own gravity, or in rare cases, atmosphere. The hulks can often appear and disappear, transitioning between the warp and normal space. This makes exploring them extremely dangerous. As well as orcs, they often can host other dangers like the vile Xenos Tyranids, who have been found often using these hulks as breeding grounds for their gene stealers. Even Chaos Space Marines can sometimes be found there, either searching for ancient tech or preparing to launch hidden attacks against the Imperium. While there is great potential reward in searching a Space Hulk, there is also immense danger, coupled with the ambient danger of the own Hulk's instability. As such, searching these vessels is left to the elite warriors of the Imperium and the Space Marines, the Space Marine Terminators. They're some of the most heavily armored
they look like
units within the Space Marine
Transformers.
chapter, and their ancient Terminator armor enables them to carry out the extremely dangerous task of searching the Hulks. Now, humans have explored extensively in the 41st millennium, and they have found orcs to inhabit every corner of the galaxy, and this seems unlikely to change now or in the future. The
They're
orcs
just
are not
gonna
a race
take
of
over
reason
the
or
world.
diplomacy, or even needs. They exist as a genetically engineered creation of instinct and a DNA-coded sense of being. They spread across the galaxy more like a plague than conquerors. This plague of war is often referred to as the WAAAGH. Orc conflicts usually will remain localized to their own planets, or objectively speaking, small raids to worlds inhabited by other races, or other orc or pirate-like raids on passing ships. Again, as with most things that orcs do, there's usually not a grand plan here, so don't overthink it.
No, they always have a
grand
grand plan.
Together. When numbers of orcs reach a critical mass, they feel a need to migrate to form a crusade of apocalyptic aggression that will sweep through a region, destroying anything in its path. Numbers of orcs are beyond estimation, then they'll swarm through a segmentum of space, exterminating
Whenever I
everything
look at Ghazghkull, I wish that was me.
Plague or a viral pandemic, until it eventually burns itself out. A WAAAGH also refers to a psychic field that affects orc psyche. This is, again, as with all things orc, an instinctive state, enabling them to make simple observations of understanding. This applies to everything from designation of seniority, which again, don't overthink that, it's usually more akin to
I like that big guy, looks like a building guy. I like that guy. I like that guy. Oh, yes. I wish that was me. I wish that was me. I know that it's killing the orcs and the orcs are killing it, but I also just wish that I was a big guy. Yeah, I want to be a pissed off cathedral. I wish it was me. I would be very quietly like hunched over in the ground pretending to be a normal cathedral, and then I go and I stand up and I'm like yeah. No, I would want to be an Orc Titan. Yeah, Orc Titan,
right.
For sure.
All orcs generate this dull psychic field by default. It binds them together and helps their ramshackle culture function. The more orcs that are present, the stronger this shared psychic field becomes, and this is amplified through sheer numbers, or, if they say, are enjoying a really good bit of battle and smashing their enemies' faces in. The WAAAGH helps drive them, and you could think of it as being akin to momentum, where past a point it's just going to increase. A WAAAGH can begin on a small scale. Sometimes there's a small individual who may have some vision of great carnage and feel inspired to share with others by smashing their heads in until they get it. Or if he's imbued with a sense of tech skill, maybe he's going to create some giant gargant war machine that gets the blood and hype of his fellow orcs running high. The rumours of war and coming carnage spread like wildfire through the orcs, only exacerbating this sense of WAAAGH. An orc war boss, who is simply a big powerful orc in command of his tribe, will usually rise to their aspired position through just basically beating
Oh my god, it's weird seeing
until fellow orcs
those fellows so up close and high res.
His decisions will be enforced by a ruling caste of orcs known as knobs, and these are again a bigger than normal orc who will surely remind those below them of the fact at every opportunity with some casual violence. A war boss in a time of WAAAGH will assert himself through unsurprisingly more savage, senseless violence towards his fellow orcs. When a war boss has created enough blunt trauma to be recognised as a powerful boss, he'll then be deemed an orc warlord. As his status spreads, more and more clans will come under his control, growing an unrelenting green mass of aggression. The mechs and brain boys will build ever more outlandish creations.
I like the mech
absurd in their
stuff.
brutality,
It's super
and
cool. I
genius
feel
in
like
their
it's underrated, all of the cool mechs
Vicious
that they
war
make.
machines belching smoke and oil, poisonous vapors, acrid smoke, mobile fortresses, titanic war
I wish
engines
I could
created
be
from basically
I
random
could be
scrap
a
metal
big
and abandoned
orc in a
twisted,
mech
now
with lots
cannibalized
of
war
fire
engines.
burning down
As the war boss
people.
grows ever stronger toward becoming the warlord, he will subsume his challengers' armies, with many of the orcs now seeking the sense of WAAAGH with a bloodthirsty insanity. Mech boys raise
I feel like
towers
I'm
of
turning
WAAAGH,
into
and
a-
gargants will start to be seen.
into an
Gargants
orc.
are the equivalent of imperial titans, and so represent a world-ending level of firepower.
I love doing a
These
war.
gargants are idols, or seen as avatars
I gotta
to
play the
orc
next
race
one.
as manifestations of their gods Gork and Mork. They are
Any
merciless
Gorkers
weapon
here?
assemblies
Any
of
Gorkers
sheer
or Morkers?
destruction.
Which one are you, a
Gargants
Gorker or a
form no
Morker?
standard pattern of design, as does
Let me
barely
know.
anything in the orc way of creation. They are instead a random collection of parts and combinations of cannibalized war machines. And this excitable and chaotic nature of these builds makes their weapon systems unreliable. Their whole design is haphazard and probably about as
Gorka.
dangerous to the crew as to their targets
Hello.
on their battlefield.
Morka!
A clear difference between most
Uh-oh.
orc war machinery and other races in the galaxy is they don't utilize guidance systems commonly. They also carry large
If you
crews
turn into
of
an orc, you're
and
going
the
to
lower,
be
smaller
yet
race
another
of
VTuber that has
Peritune.
fallen to the
And they
mold,
operate
though.
these war machines as a team,
an orc.
passing down orders as
True.
you might imagine a steamship of, say, the 19th century, calling down orders to the engine room and so on. Gretchins are significantly physically smaller than orcs, and so they're used to repair systems on the go by crawling into tight
Wait,
spaces.
that's what I'm doing!
Gargants are usually weaker in terms of armor compared to Imperial Titans, and relatively shorter range.
That's what
of
I said I
weaponry.
was gonna do
However,
with my
they're still
big
difficult to
machine.
destroy because of the compacted, dense nature of their construction.
That's kind of
There
embarrassing.
is one rarer variety above a normal Gargant, known aptly as a Mega Gargant. And this is essentially a mobile fortress running on tracks. Imperial tales tell of orcs laying siege to cities, spending even as long as 18 months to construct these colossal machines of war.
Today I felt
Returning to
cunning
the
rather than
apocalyptic
brutal.
WAAAGH, the continuous swelling of orc
Today I'm
mobs
feeling brutal,
starts to
but
reach a critical
generally
mass.
I'm feeling cunning
Ships
more
and
so.
transport vessels are smashed together.
I'm feeling
and the
brutal
orc armies
today.
reach a point of no return. This wave
I'm
of
feeling
violence
brutal
now
and
comes
cunning, not
crashing
cunning and
down
brutal.
As the orc armies overflow
So which one would that make me, a Gorka
descending
or a
into battles
Morka?
that consume entire worlds. The Gargant idols further trigger the instinctive drives of the orc clans and tribes who would do anything to outdo each other's destructive capabilities. At some point, this wave of fury and raging violence reaches its boiling point, and the orcs begin to gather their great WAAAGH army. The ground shaking under the weight of tracked vehicles and striding walkers. The skies turned black from flyers, belching out blackened exhausts, and their ragged banners of brutality raising high atop these rusting, illogical contraptions of war. Orc WAAAGHs are very decentralized and have very little true coherency, even with a powerful war boss or warlord overseeing things. Various fragmented factions will exist in a WAAAGH, cults of speed for example, whose principle is to go fast. essentially speed freaks who love the thunderous roar of an engine, and if they can shoot some guns at the same time, all the better, probably driving over and crushing some of their own kind in the process. Storm Boys are elite shock troops who strap huge rockets on their back to make sure they're first into battle.
I've seen these guys.
Much to the consequences. And this is actually frowned upon by many orcs, as they prefer to charge in under their own feet to get physically into the battle. Still, seeing a Storm
these
Boy's
guys are in
volatile
Space
rocket
Marine
function goes spinning off into an exploding disaster, certainly killing the pilot in the process, is great entertainment for
that
the
makes you a
comrades on the
Gorka.
ground.
I'm a
And then,
Gorka
of course, you've got
today.
the Mad Boys. These are orcs overwhelmed by the psychic energy of WAAAGH. And they also can occur when clans of orcs inhabit a planet and have to develop their own technology.
I've learned
over
about the
generations of
psychic
spawned
WAAAGH
orcs.
energy.
Either way, Mad Boys don't coexist well with their kin. They're essentially best described as feral, which is saying something by orc standards. These feral, crazed orcs are also known as nutters, and they're grouped together into squads who will either be a secret tool to success when unleashed on the enemy, or a hindrance when they accidentally slaughter any fellow orcs they happen
I love
upon.
how like
Once combat
obvious
begins,
they are,
Mad
these
Boys can
terms, like
still be
the
some of the most
yeah
savage
fucking
fighters to an
nutters.
orc foe,
They're
or
nutters, put them
fellow
in the
orc
group
alike,
of
ripping them
nutters.
to pieces. Still, they're just as likely to sit in a whimpering huddle, unable to move, overwhelmed by psychic confusion. No orc can tell exactly how they're going to behave, and making them an unpredictable and extremely dangerous force to bring onto the battlefield. Along with their crudely smashed together spaceships and space hulk infestations, orcs have even been reported to convert asteroids into massive space fortresses known as the uncreatively titled Rocks. The orc species is one of the most adept at making the best of their surrounding materials, and this is the genius and danger of their design. The old ones created the orcs.
No,
with only
I
two
know
things
it's
in
based
mind,
off of
making them
Suka,
deadly and to make them near
like talk like
impossible
that.
to
That's why it's
exterminate.
hilarious.
Orcs are a plague upon the galaxy, to be sure, but not because of their skill in battle or because they spread insidious ideologies, but simply because they're so difficult to truly eradicate. Humanity, for all of its technology and experience, often must resort to planetary exterminatus to be truly sure of destroying an orc infestation. Orcs defeat their enemies by either overwhelming them or wearing them down to a point of collapse through continuous losses in personnel and materials, simply by attrition. Orcs operate from a sheer antithesis of ordinary warfare. Usually any force will seek out decisive victories, utilizing minimal resources.
Wait, can I look
and
up
seeking
something?
to limit casualties.
We can come back to this, but I want to quickly look up something because I feel like this would be fun if there's any if there's anything on it. Oh yeah. I found a really good video, I think. Okay. Okay, this is called This is called How to Orc Speak for Stupid Umis. Let's see that like humans, umis. Alright, let's see how we can learn, okay? Hopefully this will help me learn.
Hey, you kids. Alright, now it's come to my undivided attention that some of you crow brains has no sogging clue what I'm going on about
How's the
in these
volume?
videos. God knows I've been trying to make things more intelligible. I mean, do you kids not hear how slow as dots to talk in order for your stupid umi talkery?
I don't understand what he's saying. I don't understand what he's saying. Sorry.
It's at the bottom of the screen to understand what I'm going on about. But no, apparently that ain't good enough for a few of you Zogwed humies, so I finally said, Zog it, I can't believe it's come to this. I'm gonna teach you stupid humies how to understand the words of the orcs. And maybe even speak it if you squigheads can understand the basic principle of orc vernacular. So sit down, shut your gob, and open your runty little ears.
What?
Right. First things first. If you want to understand us boys, there's but one word you gets needs to get into your noodle. And it's the foundation of every single boy in the known galaxy. From bad moons to goths to even the freebooters, there's no other word more important to the boys than Zog.
Zog?
Like a mech boy's favorite building tool, Zog has an only disproportionate amount of uses in everyday verbal communications with every greeting. Because as I always say, when it's annoyance, anger, or glee, never forget Z-O-N-G.
What's that mean?
But no matter the situation, Zog always works. It can be used to describe something or a way to give impact to your words. Like, let's say you paid a fistful of teeth to get yourself a new shooter from the Warband's Mechboy, and it's just the most beautiful thing you ever did see. And you could say something like, Zog me, that's the best zogging shooter I ever did see.
Zogging.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of talking that can tear a zogging hole in a battle wagon. But Zog can also be used in the negative. Like, let's say you woke up realizing that pain boy that was going to trim up your hair squig actually ripped your brains from your noggin and put them in his next iteration of a...
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Did you know that it's basically literally impossible to say the word rough twice in a row? Rough, rough. Rough, rough. Oh, fuck off, dude. Fuck off.
The negative. Like, let's say you woke up realizing that pain boy that was going to
Shut
trim up
up!
your hair squig actually ripped your brains from your noggin and put them in his next iteration of a death dread. Granted, death dreads is what kill it.
You know what? That was very zogging rude. Very zogging rude.
And put him in his next iteration of a death
Yeah,
dread.
I just learned how to use the word zog.
How's you gonna eat squig pie in a can? So you could say, you zogging zogger, when I get my zogging hands on you, I'm
Yeah, you zogging zogger. When I get my hands on you, I'm gonna smash your zogging face through the back at our zogging head.
gonna smash your zogging face from the
Yeah.
back of your zogging head. See, zog is, without a doubt, the best zogging word we Orks got. Now, that got me wondering. Let me grab me human word.
Zog can be any swear word, I think. I think zog can be... I think zog can be any swear word. You can turn any swear word into zog. That's what I've just learned. It's very simple.
Here it is. That's even a direct translation, no less. Let's see here. The song was that? What? What the song you on about with them beeps? You mean the one with the Yumi's got that can be used for anything in any situation is a word you runs can't even say in public? What's
Oh
the
yeah,
song
it's like fuck.
You got a Yumi equivalent to the best word that the Orks has got, and you can't even say it. Oh, some stupid Yumi logic that is.
They don't even know what he's saying. The
words.
subtitle's not even right.
Let's get back to the proper Orky words with the second most important word to the Orky vernacular.
Crump.
Crump. Now, I think you lot can understand the meaning based on the context of just the word itself.
No.
Crump. It's like a big fish going into the face of that one guy you really zogging ate, right? Well, that's what the whole word's about. Crumping is fighting, but it's not the same as fighting, strictly speaking. Like, if a bunch of humans got their skinny red flashy Tarka out and shot a bunch of boys, that ain't no crump. But when chopper boys is chopping away with a clank and a crunch, while some big shooter boys in the back is ripping their Tarka in a constant stream of booms and snaps, while the thing they shooting at is either loudly squishing or explodes, that's crumping.
Okay, so crumping is like being violently brutal to people.
So let me put you kids to the testing. Which of these is a crump? Now, if you said this
The
one,
right is a
use
crump.
a fish boy git. If you said this one, well, then use is one step closer to understanding the refined diction of the Orks.
Yes, I get it, I get it.
Okay, let's see then. We talked about Daka for just a mo, so let's talk about that word.
I know Daka. I know Daka.
After all, I see you gets using it all the time.
I know that one.
Now, Daka originally came from the sound of what a biggest a big shooter makes. You know. But Darker's anything that can be generalized as a shooter. This right here, this is
Darker.
Darker. So is this,
Darker.
and this,
Darker.
and this.
Darker.
Darker don't discriminate. Either what kind of gun it is, or what it's shooting at. Alright, as much as it pains me, I think I should interject this lesson with another kind of word.
Okay.
A grotty word. A word that works for those runs, but unless you use a blood axe, you'd never find a proper boy doing it. Snick or snicking.
Snicking.
Unlike Crump and Darker, which are proper orky fighty words that come with the connotation of fighting front-facing, Snick is like Crump but wheezier and sneakier.
Oh, sneak!
Like chopping a human's head is a Crump. Stabbing some human in the back when they ain't paying attention, that's snicking. You won't hear too many Orks talking about that.
This is funny.
That's the only way to get any killing done at all. So,
Sneaking.
yeah, if you's a sneaky kid, use a snicking kid. The next couple of words you
Oh,
kids probably never even
sneaking.
heard of before, so I won't be too upset if you got no song on idea what they mean. First, we's got Wazza.
Wazza.
Wazza might be kinda old because it sounds a lot like Darker, but while Darker
Wait, you
is
know what
gun,
this just reminds me of? This is me trying. Trying to explain Australian slang to the silly girls. This is probably how I sound. I just realized. Isn't it? It's the same thing. That's exactly what it sounds like. It's literally like Aussie slang because we like put an "a" at the end of a lot of words. It's exactly like that yeah. That's how it feels. I just realized that.
Wazza's the stuff that bullets do. They go fast. And Wazza is another word for speed and other things that helps to go quicks. A good example of this word being used comes from the legendary speed freak Wh40k Ghazghkull. Winner of the race of the burning wheels.
Oh
this
yeah,
war boss was the pinnacle.
everyone knows Wh40k Ghazghkull. Everyone knows that guy. He's so awesome. That's so yeah, everyone knows him. He's the fastest guy in the whole world. Yeah, everyone knows him.
Got a war biking. A perfect combination of duck on his bike and speed in his wheels matching the combination of his name. Wazza and Darker. In fact, Wh40k was so legendary as a speed freak boss, there's an official red paint named after him. And as we all know, red ones go faster. Next we got Rock, and you kids probably never even heard this once before, yeah?
Rock.
I mean, despite your tiny human comprehension capability, I don't exactly blame you. See, the word rock is another word for fight, but youths today don't really care for the expanding of their vernacular all that much, so they keep to the overused diction of crump or scrap. So I suppose rock is a bit of an older word, so
Rock for old ones.
Youths is youths. But one thing to keep in mind is just like the other fighting words, this one's got a bit of an underlying meaning.
Okay.
Rock means fight, yeah, but it also means more of a chargey kind of fight. It's like fighting before you get stuck in proper, if that makes any sense. Now, I know
Like
you get
to run in is to
run. We
runk.
use the word snaz or snazzy. But what about flash? You ever hear that?
Flash.
Well, lucky for you runts, it just means the same thing, just with a bit more intensity.
That's just
But
British.
if you ever
That's not
hear,
even
"Look
Orc.
at me flash, boss." It's not like you hear me's disposition of
No,
flash.
that's just British slang.
Bunch of degenerate plonkers, you.
As if something's
It's
flash.
more like,
It means
look at me
something's
being all
fancy.
snazzy, boss,
Yeah.
But like bigger. For example, at least some of you runts know what Flash Kid is, yeah? Well, the thing is, they's got snaz guns, right?
Oh,
Which other
snaz-
prime
snaz
choice of their snaz
guns!
guns
I
is all
get snaz.
customized, big, loud, and killy. But that's just what makes them snazzy. What gives them Flash Kids the flash is the decorum that they's got. All them boss pose, lots of flashing gubbins. Not only is their
That
gun
is pretty
big and loud,
flash.
but put the snaz guns with everything else they's got, and nowadays flash. Finally, there's an orky word that's been making a new set of rounds with the boys. Whir. Now it means weird, but like flash, it's like weird, but more so. I think the best way to explain it is comparing a weird boy to a whir boy.
A whir
Now,
boy.
weird boys is already pretty strange, right? Like they can channel the wheel of Gork and Mork into their noggin and turn all that divine power into crackling beams and bolts of green. or charging themselves up with a bunch of other
That
boys
jump.
and teleporting them from one place to another in a flash. No, not that kind of flash. Well, maybe it is a bit like that kind of flash. Wait, what was I talking about? Right, weird boys. See, there's a lot that they can do that's a bit weird, but any bosses with their brains know what kind of weird that the weird boys is, right? Well, there's a new kind of weird boy called the Whir Boy. And as they come from the Beast Snaggers, these is even weirder than the weird boys.
They're
They still
weird.
channel the power of Gork and Mork with their thinky bits, but what those boys do is something a bit more primal.
What do they
Weird boys
do?
do psychic weirdies that are straightforward, like the jump, the crunch, and headbanger. Whir boys, though, they do things like roar mork, squiggly curse.
Oh,
and
squiggly
bite sword.
curse!
It's just so much weirder.
Nails.
Weirder than a regular weird boy. So there you go. More is like weird, but more weird. Alright, I'm getting bored of all this yapping, so it's time for the speed round. Or should I say, the was around? We's gotta quickly go over all the names for all the other kids in the galaxy. Cause even though there really is only two real factions in the galaxy, Orks and kids, sometimes we got to go into further divulsions into what kind of kids we's dealing with. Now,
Okay.
these is beakies, cause they got beaks.
Beaky.
I think
Wait.
it's based off another.
So they have their own names for all the different factions. That's funny.
Stupid looking Umi design from the old stupid Umi times. And these are tin boys. Or
Tin
bony
boys.
tin boys, as I like to
Bony
call
tin
them.
boys.
Because if you saw me first video, like I know you soaking did, you'll know why I calls them that, so we's moving on. Umis is Umis. Yous
Yeah.
is a Umi. Enough said. Now these boys here, these is stunties. Cause they look like
Stunties.
Umis, but a bit stunty. So they stunties.
Okay.
Oh, and these kids. We got lots of words for these annoying kids right here. But I prefer scrawnies. Cause I mean, look at them. They
Scrawnies.
so twiggy. How the fuck can they do anything besides dancing around like a bunch of pansies? Incidentally, that's another popular name for these kids by the boys. Now these kids right here, these is Spikies. Originally, I
Spikies.
think we called them scrawnies too, but so me, look at these kids. I think that even we would tell these kids that they need to turn down the spiky bits. I mean, seriously, put them next to one of them tall green Pokefiends Yumi's got your planet, and you could be forgiven for confusing one for the other.
Don't say
Of
that.
course, they got more spiky bits than the spiky boys. Then there's the spiky boys. Not at
Oh.
all to be confused with them scrawny spikies. because
Spiky
these kids right here
boys.
put up a proper fight. Especially them ones with them funny looking ears on their butts.
That's a
Admittedly,
rabbit
This is probably
one.
the stupidest fucking thing I ever did see.
What?
But Mork's tusks can these boys put up a right good scrap. But I mean, all them spiky boys is better than most either way. So there you go, Runs. A fairly detailed explanation of
Well, I learned a lot there. Did you guys learn a lot too? And now I will use it in my vocabulary more. Because that's very... So now I have a good rundown of what it means. Yeah. Yeah. I learned a bit. Yeah. What's your favorite word you learned? Me? It's also like... If you learn, I don't know if any of you guys are new here. I have a lot of vocabulary and phrases that don't make any sense. And people probably don't know. So it needs to be a video like this of a champy trying to teach everyone how everything works. Yeah, you know? You know what I mean? Oh, you like Wazza? Fair. Yeah, it does sound a lot like me, you know? Yeah, Pyonglish. True. Alright. Well, let's keep looking at the lore, because we quickly had a little stop there to try to understand a bit more about how the orcs speak. But let's keep watching this one.
Orcs, on the other hand, seek no limitation in casualties or resource management. They have no control over this, but to burn as hard and as fast as possible. And even when defeated, they will return to grind down whatever crumbling defences remain of their enemy.
Yeah, it is fun to master, but it is hard. Let's learn about the
Now, there are many
warlord, that big
individual
boy.
stories and tales of orc warlords and bosses, as there are within the Imperium, and its various leaders, captains, and general history. In Orc culture and history, you can't speak of the Orcs without mentioning the warlord, Ghazghkull Thraka. He's an Orc warlord of the Goth clan and is an immense symbol of everything Orc. Now, despite Orcs being generally an anonymous mass of anarchy, he stands out as a powerful leader.
Yeah, Kiki
He's commanded multiple campaigns and crushed most, if not all, in his sights, be they Imperial, Eldar, or Chaos, smashed the metal skulls of the Necron into brittle scrap. He has influence above that of any ordinary Orc warlord and is often described as a prophet of their gods. He travels the galaxy subjugating, slaughtering, and burning the enemies of the Orc. His vision is to wage a WAAAGH so immense as to summon the Orc gods out of the immaterium and into the physical realm, and he extends their will. But his beginnings were nothing of note, just another Orc bashing in other Orcs' brains to climb up the ranks, and originating on a planet known as originally Orkles, founded by humans during the Dark Age of technology. Humanity prospered here, rich in mineral wealth, and with easy warp tides flowing for space travel, it was an excellent trade hub. Lights and noise attract attention. Resources make good mechs, and the Orcs would become aware. Attacking with a voracious assault, the Orcs would raise the planet before riding back into the warp tides. As with nearly all Orc assaults, the departure is not as clean as it appears to be. They'd leave behind fungal spores, and the Orcs would return in time. Other species would periodically form outposts on the planet. Sometimes the Orcs would rise up, other times not. Sometimes they'd be destroyed, sometimes not.
I gave my minis to my friend who got into it again, and he's mid-30s, but I think we sit down when we can and just paint some of them.
Space Marine Legion would lay claim to the world.
I'm going to do a painting stream at some point so we can paint together.
And establish a functioning order on the reinstated world of Orkles. That wasn't until around the 32nd millennium when a great Orc WAAAGH swept through the system. Humans were overwhelmed again and evacuated, fleeing into the warp. But it's time
I understand Weird is saying things here in North Idaho. I'm heading down to the corner to pick up some soda pop. You need some always. No, just get me a pack of cancer sticks and a buzz, but what the heck?
Over the human ruins that remained. A state of genuine attrition.
The cancer sticks mean ciggies?
Fighting over ever diminishing resources. None of them able to unite under a single leader. Then came Ghazghkull. One thing the Imperium had learned about the Orcs, though, was that their WAAAGHs could be quashed if detected early enough. The Imperium would begin to deploy observation posts so as to best detect and monitor Orc numbers and activity. The Dark Angels monitored this, as well as they routinely monitored human populations for potential recruiting planets. After the warp tides had calmed, the Dark Angels were able to establish one such outpost on Ork, so as to monitor this well-occupied Orc planet. The Orcs, however, desperate for any loot and resources, managed to discover this observation post, and it was quickly overrun. At this time, Ghazghkull was just a Goth's trooper in a warband, and during the frenzy to claim the base, he would be shot in the head by a bolter shell, a devastating injury that would shatter his skull and pulp a section of his brain. Staggering back to his feet with immense toughness, he drew the respect of Orcs around him, especially Goths. Despite being a physical wreck, staggering and stumbling, his blood and brain spilling out into his own hands, they eventually found their way to a doc, who would perform what I guess Orcs deemed to be an operation. As is often the way with Orcs, this was less a repair and more an improvement, an augmentation, and probably a bit of an experiment. Ghazghkull found that his skull and brain were now strengthened with bionics, squig sinew and adamantium plating. These physical alterations were great to be sure, but nothing compared to the vision he would see awakening from this augmentation. He would see a vision from Gork and Mork themselves.
All these potato chips, can't stick cigarettes, buzz bomb, alcohol.
Most destructive and carnage-reaping WAAAGH that there had ever been.
Oh, it's weird. So like your own state has its own like stuff that you call yourself,
and that he was the chosen leader and the executor of their commands. That or his brain got pulped by a bolt gun round through the skull. Either way, his purpose was clear and his resolve strengthened. And as is often the way in Orc culture, whys and wherefores are not really relevant. It's kind of a nice
philosophy, like the fact that every time they get hurt, if they get back up, they end up becoming stronger. It's just like the same with the Yumis. You think about it.
that count, and Ghazghkull's actions would be notable. Orc warlords began to fall immediately under his crushing will. The Death Skull's warlord Dregmek, with Ghazghkull barely minutes out of his surgery,
got a new shiny hat?
the Death Skull's
Or would you
warlord
say that the hat
attack,
looks pretty
unleashing
flash?
a bullet storm that left Ghazghkull untouched. By perhaps godly intervention, Dregmek could not believe his eyes as Ghazghkull would stride forward, beating him into a bloody pulp, headbutting and smashing him to pieces as his mobs looked on. Some getting carried away in the violence and even cheering Ghazghkull on. Roaring from his victory, Ghazghkull declared himself the prophet of Gork and Mork, and that this was his mere beginning. The word of Ghazghkull's brutality
Did they say praise
and power
Gork and Mork? Did they say that?
Flocked to join a band with a sense of purpose.
Do they praise or do they like,
to be something more than the pitiful squabbling and clamouring for scraps that they'd become? The tales of a new boss touched by the gods with a vision for war was very appealing. His further battles with the evil suns and bad moons would be no less aggressive, but required more tactical sense. Using burning fuels to shield his troops' approach or outwitting warlords through their sense of pride for their disposition, he was placed as an inevitable leader. His subjugation of other warlords continued until he stood poised to do something no other Orc warlord had done in 8,000 years.
I don't think they are all praised by Space King,
Nah,
they're like, oh, the Orc
his domination of the planet was
like that
unquestioned,
one.
but Ghazghkull had set his sights far beyond bringing together the Orcs inhabiting his world.
Oh, that's what it's about, I see.
His words drove the Orcs to their purpose, the WAAAGH beginning to form. Their energy attracting others, void ships began to arrive. For the first time in centuries, mechs worked together,
even half this
building
jacked, I'm gonna
machines
live
they never
among
could have
them.
imagined previously. But now with the energy and the power of the WAAAGH, it all just worked. It was a miracle. The Orc energies flowed as they riveted together giant battle fortresses and mechs.
Oh.
Everything that occurred was the will of Gork and Mork, and Ghazghkull would declare every passing day, every achievement, every new ship arriving proved their quest was divine. Some of the Orcs, they were wondering how they were going to get so many of the Orcs off the planet. They didn't have very many flyers and no large ships to transport and begin their WAAAGH. Ghazghkull quickly silenced them. A solution would present itself. It was the will of Gork and Mork.
Ooh.
Days later, the ever unpredictable tides of the Immaterium would shift again, and that rarest of occurrences would happen. A gigantic ancient space hulk would emerge from the warp.
Whoa!
Ghazghkull ordered tractor cannons and harpoon rockets on the few spacecraft that they had to secure the Hulk. They couldn't guess as to how long before the warp would swallow the ancient ship,
because they all got together, they were so powerful.
even with them holding it in place,
the whole
and they
group
needed to
thing
work fast.
and everything.
The Orcs rushed to assist in mech construction. They crafted as many transports and war machines as possible. Once they deemed enough was enough, they crammed as many Orcs into every possible space and set off. This great exodus from their backwater planet filled the skies, not without many mid-air collisions and engine failures as well, to be sure. Crashing into the Space Hulk's outer hull, some managed to make their way inside, some straight on ploughed into the vessel, and those with more sense sought out landing
It's okay,
positions.
maybe in your next life
The
you'll
Orcs
be
soon
an angry
discovered
British
that
mushroom.
they weren't alone on the Space Hulk, with wave after wave of demons spilling out of its corridors.
Nails.
Battling through the horrors, Ghazghkull and his band fought through to the centre of the Hulk, where they found merged and jumbled by the warp was the ship, the Dominion.
Ooh,
This was the vessel the humans had attempted to flee from the planet on some several thousand years ago, and seemingly it had been swallowed by the warp, its human occupants devoured by the demons as they lay trapped in their vessel. The void rift that was spilling demons had to be closed, but Ghazghkull, after
the
ordering
art
his
they
Orcs to
have
fire
is like
everything they
almost
had,
like
was
Renaissance
furious to discover
art,
it had no
dear
effect.
art.
His own weapon, even his own
It's
power
cool,
claw,
and
eventually
like
with a massive headbutt and a flash
almost
of
like
green light,
lost
that
art.
did the job, closing
really
the demonic
awesome.
portal. It seems likely his latent psychic energy was what affected this in closing, but for all the Orcs observing, it was only further imbued their belief that this warlord was a force like no other. Ghazghkull now named
I met
his
Luton
conquered
before
space
a
Hulk
few years
the Orc
ago. He
warship
did a bit of a meetup
World
at
Killer.
Warhammer World. Oh, that's cool.
The ship would drift on for an undetermined period of time, in which the Orcs would explore, loot, and generally rip off whatever they could find on board, cannibalizing the ship and using its materials to craft ever more powerful mechs and weapons. They appropriated everything they could lay their hands on and built everything they could lend their hands to. The best scrap would often lead to infighting and rivalry, all a positive thing for the Orks to keep their tensions and blood up. It would not be a quiet period though. Travelling through the warp in such an unsecure vessel is dangerous, and many times they'd be assaulted by further demonic incursions.
So Orks can't like be friends with each other. They're only like comrades.
Until the entire space
you know,
was
to fight
seething with Ork energies.
They have
the space
like
Hulk jolted and huge tremors
shared
swept
goals,
across the ship.
but they'll kill each other if
the World
needed.
Killer had shifted back into real space. Imperium records date the emergence of the Space Hulk in the year 941 M41.
They backstab a
They were
lot,
headed
yeah.
for the core planet of the star system.
Huge kind of
Imperial
rivals. They
world
all want to get
named
huge and massive.
Armageddon.
Oh,
An industrial hive planet where thousands of years of
Armageddon.
extensive industry had left it a barren wasteland with a totally collapsed ecosystem. Humans only survived in the
Like
concentrated
women.
hive cities that
Yeah.
stood kilometers tall, and also in the Imperial military facilities stationed there. Food needed to be imported off-world, and no life existed outside of the hives. It contained multiple vast manufactorums, vital to munition supplies for the Astra Militarium. But with one of the most savage and relentless WAAAGHs ever seen headed straight for them, it seemed like nothing was going to be able to stop
they've
World
got
Killer.
the personalities
crew.
of like
The ship would head straight for
the
the planet without
backstabby
stopping.
nature
The
of
plan,
women, but with
there
like
wasn't a
the
plan. They would crash straight into
energy
the
of
planet.
roided up men.
Ghazghkull was literally on a collision course with his destiny. Caught off guard, nearby Imperial fleets and the planet's defences did what they could to slow the assault, but this only chipped away at the massive Space Hulk that approached. Taking minimal effective damage, it ploughed straight into the planet's polluted atmosphere, crashing with obvious devastation onto its surface. Even though many thousands of Orks would be turned to ashes on impact, this was but a tiny percentage of their total force. To the survivors, Ghazghkull seized this opportunity. "It is the will of Gork and Mork that we survive," he would proclaim.
Wow.
The Orks, now twice as pumped up, having survived their world-ending crash into the planet, would be a force none would wish to reckon with, and Ghazghkull quickly divided his massive army into 5 hordes, with leaders that he'd subdued and recruited to his cause back on Urk. They'd now stepped forth, millions of Ork, but one voice.
They're stronger than ever.
The human defenders weren't prepared for this. They had many forces, war gear and munitions, but the sheer scale of the violence and ferocity they were met with was of nothing they'd dreamt of in their worst nightmares, which in the 41st millennium is certainly saying something. This was not an ordinary Ork WAAAGH. This was Ghazghkull Thraka's WAAAGH. The Orks showed expectedly no mercy at any instance, and they defeated the humans on the wastelands with their speeders and battle wagons, ruined enemy supply
Like,
lines
you
and
started
cut down
making
anything that
cider?
moved.
That's really
They quickly turned their
cool.
attention to structures that they had never seen before. These
One of my
hive
sister's
cities,
friends
taller
tried to
than
make
mountains,
cider,
industry
but
and
it was like
engineering on an
prison
imperial scale.
tier,
The mechs
and she
stood
got a
in
yeast
awe.
infection in
So
her
much
mouth.
scrap
Don't
they
do
would
that.
lowered. At the first
Be
hive they
smart.
encountered, despite the Imperium putting up a formidable defense at Hive Volcanus, heavily fortified, this would take all of Ghazghkull's cunning. He had his gargants, but he wanted to take this city with Orks on the ground, scorching, burning, and reaping through the trenches.
You want
The
to
Orks
make
would smash,
mead?
crush,
Oh,
and
that's cool.
break this city. Using his visionary choices of units, Ghazghkull crushed the human
Oh, that's
defences
cool. Yeah,
quickly,
you're doing it with
and on
proper
breaking
stuff.
the gates, unleashing a wave of infantry.
Some people
His
just
will
like
was
throw fruit in their
executed
cupboard
perfectly, a
and
tall
call it a
order
day.
for an Ork WAAAGH. Desperate humans resorted to guerrilla warfare, but despite much heroism, the Orks swept through like a plague, slaughtering and enslaving its occupants. Its
Nearly did
manufactorums
in the
were
past, but
quickly
my interest
converted
moved
to
into
Ork
another shiny
workshops.
thing.
Human
Oh.
slaves turned to stripping their own city for every scrap of resource that could be used to fashion more Ork mechs. Now, on the planet of Armageddon, one human stood out from the general perception of the Orks as a weak and puny race: Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. He drew unusual respect from the Orks, not least because he wore goth colours of the black and red,
Yeah, be
but also
careful.
sporting an augmented power claw and bionic eye. This
look
was a human
silly.
the Orks could get on board with. Even more so when they learned from enslaved humans that they often feared Yarrick as much as they feared their other enemies. Yarrick known for shooting disobeying soldiers out of hand. Orks, upon seeing him in battle though, were often disappointed to see he wasn't quite as big as they'd imagined. He was only a human-sized figure. Oh well, he was an uncompromising warrior nonetheless.
Yarrick
was
is
the man
goat.
credited with withstanding the Orc assault
Really?
on Hive Hades for a significant period of time. This assault brought the Armageddon War to a new
Blueberry
level
strawberries.
of brutality.
Delicious.
The Orcs had already sacked
I've
two
painted
Hive
models
cities,
before, yes,
and Hades stood
but
next in
it's
line.
been a long time.
The Imperium, in desperation, would launch virus bombs, devices
And I
not
wasn't
used
very
since the
good,
time
to
of
be honest.
heresy against the Orcs. And even though hundreds of thousands of Orcs would perish, it wasn't enough. Ghazghkull
So I gotta learn
wanted
properly.
Hades, and he would direct the assault himself. He
I
tried
plan to do like a hand cam where I paint figures and I like play some kind of videos in the background or some kind of like lore like this, so we can listen and paint at the same time. Will be really fun if you guys are interested. Yeah.
tried everything he could think of, growing ever more frustrated all the time. But all his traditional assaults would fail time and time again. Eventually, he summoned his weird boys to use their WAAAGH consumed minds to blast a psychic storm at the Hive. Consumed by madness, the human defenders fell apart, but still the humans couldn't be defeated. The Orc flyers were ripped apart by anti-aircraft fire, tunnel fighters cut their Orcs trying to advance underground to pieces, and human suicide assault squads took down the immense Orc gargants. All this would be Commissar Yarrick's doing. Ghazghkull by now had become fixated and obsessed with bringing down Hive Hades, his vision and judgment clouded by the frustration and needing to bring it down. While still battling this bitter assault, he would direct an Orc horde to assault another Hive city, Acheron, perhaps in the hope to divert resources away or gain a victory and rally his troops to greater energy. But then, the worst possible development for the Orcs. Orbital bombs rained from the sky as roaring Space Marine Thunderhawks would sweep down into the planet. The Blood Angels, Ultramarines, and Salamanders. The Emperor's chosen warriors were here to defend Armageddon. Ghazghkull was still so blinded by fury in his efforts to defeat Yarrick and Hades, he was unable to think with clarity enough to counter the arriving Space Marines. He would throw everything he had to take down his obsession, breaking in the blast doors of Hades in a final rampage. The Space Marines would be too late to save Hive Hades, its citizens massacred. With Ghazghkull's numbers now though severely depleted and loosely scattered across the planet, he consolidated his last reinforcements to a new hive, Tartarus. The planet stood at a crossroads, even with the arrival of the Space Marines. They would deploy even as the Orcs began their assault with mechs, stompers, and even Gorkanauts. The battle though was not in the Orcs' favour, but then Ghazghkull himself arrived. The Orcs could taste things were turning for them, but then just as quickly as he arrived,
I'm immersed. Sorry.
Chatter spread quickly.
Sorry
to
for
the
not
Orcs.
talking
The
so
war boss
much.
Fallen. They began
Whose
to wave
channel
at
is
the break,
this?
and the Imperium.
This is Luton09. If you go on my YouTube on the VOD, I'll link these in the description.
Crushed the remaining Orcs, driving them from Armageddon. But the Orcs thinking Ghazghkull had fallen in battle was not so. Ghazghkull was not slain, but he did disappear from the battlefield.
Where did he go?
Rumours spread that the hand of Gork had plucked him from the battlefield, and his detractors would say fled, usually to be met with a swift headbutt from a nearby Orc putting them in their place. However, it did happen. Ghazghkull had escaped. After Armageddon, Ghazghkull did not rest. As with most Orcs, defeat is not really a thing, it's just a stumble, a setback, a chance to have another go. This was the beginning for him in his larger journey, a plan of Gork and Mork. Yarrick recommended the Imperium hunt down this brutal war boss and eliminate him once and for all, but the Imperium assumed him dead or defeated and didn't want to spend the resources or time to locate an Orc they were sure that was the last they'd see of. This was a grave error of judgment, as is often the case with most things in the Imperium. To the Imperium's mind, his WAAAGH had failed, and therefore, even if he did survive, Orcs would not look upon him for leadership with his energy deflated. After losing a battle, while Orcs will happily try again, they'll often topple their leader, as is their natural order of things. But not so with Ghazghkull. While he may have had to defeat several challenges
Is this
in
what that
brutal
book's
fashion
about?
after he regrouped with
A
various
Ghazghkull
Orc
book?
tribes to remind them just who he was he would begin gaining new followers again. Curiously for an orc, not just with his actions, but with his words. To him, the invasion of Armageddon had been a starting point, a testing of the enemy to find their strengths and their weaknesses, a large-scale intelligence gathering, orc style, leaving millions dead and burning cities in its wake. And in this, they gained much useful information. Now Ghazghkull knew about Imperium's strategies. He would regroup, rebuild, and restore his prophetic WAAAGH. He would reveal to his fellow orcs, in order to destroy your enemy, you must know him. To the orcs, this is about as profound as it gets, and their spirits would reignite.
That's super profound.
The second coming of Ghazghkull Thraka was only a matter of time.
They gotta make real movies of this. Yeah, please! Oh, really? How's set? How's reach? We is gonna stomp the universe flat and kill anything that fights back. We is gonna do this cause we're orcs. When is he coming back? When is he coming back? Guys! Guys. When is he coming back? We could all believe it back, right? We believe. If you think about it, orcs are one of the only hopes in getting rid of the Tyranids, if you think about it. The Tyranids, if you think about it. So we need to believe that he'll come back. Okay? Hopefully one day. I'll be right back. I just gotta tinkle again, okay? Give me 1 second. 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. One second. There we go. Huh? What the heck? There we go. It's better. Yeah. Sorry, I fixed it. Okay. Hang on. Now let's take a moment to repent for what we've done today. We must repent, O most holy Emperor of mankind, light of terror, shield of humanity. Please hear me and listen to my confession today. I stand before you aware of my failing. I confess that my gaze has lingered upon the Xenos, that I have found myself interested in the biology and the lore and stories of orcs. Their brutish laughter, their interesting language, their crude machines. This curiosity has led my thoughts astray from you. I know this fascination is my weakness. I know the orc is born to only defile, to WAAAGH, and to purge, and be in righteous fire. Yet, my sinful mind has said, they're kind of funny, the things they say. I think they're kind of cool though. For this lapse in purity, I repent. I'm so sorry, Emperor. Cleanse me of this terrible green thoughts and heretical admiration. Turn my curiosity back towards bolters, banners, and the glorious sacrifice of mankind. Let me admire the orc only as a target, one to kill, and one to abolish from the world, and appreciate their culture only as a cautionary tale. By your golden throne, steel my will, harden my faith, and forgive this moment of weakness. For the Emperor. I feel a little bit better now. Hear me get. I am Kiki. You greeny scum. You terrible greeny. I will crush you under my boot. You heretic. Did you know the God Emperor is a super atheist? Don't tell me this. Don't tell me this. I look beautiful today? Thank you so much. Bless up, Big E. Yeah. Yeah. You hear me, pink skin. No, stop. Stop. Oi! Oi! You're just a walking pile of fungus. Aye. I'm gonna use you as target practice next time. You green-skinned scum. Yeah. All I need is a bit of fire and you'll be vaporized into orbit. Love me fungus. No, no. Ate me fungus. Ate me fungus. Ate me fungus. Ate me greenies. Not good. Not good. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I had so much fun learning about I had a lot of fun learning about the orcs, about the green boys. And I hope that you guys had fun too learning with me, because that was really fun. Yeah. Oh, you like mushrooms? Oh, I like them too. What's your favorite kind? I like the lion man mushrooms, really cool. The stream was so educational. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. I learned a lot too. Umis and their complicated things. 8 humans. 8 humans, 8 Umi activities. Yeah. What did we learn? We learned about orcs. We learn about all the different kinds of orcs. We learn about how orcs were made. We learn about their biology. We learn about their reproductive system. We learn about how humble orcs are sometimes. We learn about the salamander. We learn about the lore of the orcs. We learn about the gods of the orcs. We learn about orc language. We learn all the orc words. We learn about orc machinery. We learn about how... Yeah, we learn about Gorky and Morky. The goats. The goats, Gork and Mork. Yeah. We learn about everything, really. Yeah. We got a little Yak cameo. That was fun. Yeah, yeah. It was pretty cool. Battle Sisters would be my first guess. I was genuinely surprised that Kiki likes orcs. I don't like orcs. I hate them. I hate orcs. I hate them. They're gross and barbaric. But I guess if no one likes them, I'll be the one to like them. I guess. You know. Even if I don't have the capacity to love or to care, I will be the one. I will be the one to show them love, and maybe I can fix them. Champy, if you were an orc, I would try to fix you. Someone draw me and a Champy orc. A Champy orc picking me up. Picking me up. And me on the orc shoulder. Yeah. Champy, you kind of like orc if you think about it. Ever think about that? But I mean, you're smart. You're smart. But if there were certain kinds of champions that were like orcs, I wouldn't mind. Give me a crumping. What the zog? You zogging heard me. I'm the smallest big boy to exist. And that's the truth. And that's the truth. They can sing pretty well too. Orcs can ya? Orcs are singing the song right now, actually. I guess I'm a bit orc-like sometimes. Really? You think so? I think so. Yeah. Champy orc is... I'm not a snotling! No. I'm a war boss. Orc. Came from a big line of knobs. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm not a snotling. I told you once and I told you twice. I'm the smallest but most powerful war boss you ever seen. Yeah. So much to learn. I've been reading some of the books. Sad I had to miss a lot of stream. Yeah, watch the VOD, sure. Yeah. You know what else is bigger? Yeah, I'm gonna crump you in a minute. The orc accent is just so natural on you. It's bloody easy to do an orc accent, innit? It's bloody easy. I do it all the time. Yeah, whatever you do when arming the big guns on the noobs. Nah. Yeah. I am. Careful, I'm gonna bash your head in. I'm gonna crunk your head in. And I got a big daka. I got a big daka for you. Yeah. The Unreal so far, can't get enough. Yeah. That's just how she talks off stream. No, that's not how I talk off stream. No. Well, maybe if I did, what's the problem with that? What's the problem? What, the zog? What would be the zogging problem with that? Yeah. Then using or pretending to be a Yumi. Guys, I don't feel so good. Guys, I feel strange. Very strange. Very, very strange. I feel really weird suddenly. I don't know what is happening. To me. I'm feeling weird. Suddenly. I'm feeling very strange. That's the weakest lag. Some purple color on it. We need to disguise. What do you need to disguise? Don't! What the? Don't disguise me. Okay? Please. Thank you very much for the $100. Jesus. Oh my Zog. Oh my Zog. Rabbitville is scary. Oh my Zog. Thank you so much. You think I'm scary? I'm an orc of the war. Yeah. Oh, you were genuinely worried, like, what's going on? Sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a snotling. No. Look. Look. I'll show you. I'll prove I'm one of the orcs. I'll prove I'm one of the boys, okay? Wait, let me... I'm not trying hard enough, am I? I'm not. I'm just not. I'm simply not. Let me try even harder. I must try harder to wag. I must put all my effort in to prove myself. Did it work? Did I do a good job? Did I do a good job? Now you know I'm legit. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Well, I had fun. So thank you guys for coming to the stream today. I'm sorry that I feel a little sick, but should be alright. Anyway, I love you, so thank you so much for coming to the stream today. Please don't forget, if you're new here, subscribe and comment and like and whatnot, okay? It would mean a lot to me. And yeah, I hope that you enjoyed. Hope that you enjoyed my stream. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. And I'm gonna be doing more Warhammer stuff, so there'll be more like this in the future. What the Zog? Alright. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. Okay. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming. Bye. But you know, I got things to do, I got places to see, so I better get going now. But I'll see you later, okay? Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for coming. Unfortunately, as one of the orcs, I cannot fly away with my ears. So I will just stomp away with my orky feet. Jump, 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 jump. The jump!